Welcome into the USPBL Network alongside Jenna Rose. I'm Jason Ross Jr. Pleasure to have you back with us for a doubleheader today. We're playing the Beavers and Hoppers set to square off for two six-inning games here at Jimmy John's Field. We are going to break down your pitching matchup to kick off today's shows. Two pitchers, two righties, who both for the vast majority of their careers have been relievers, now transitioning into starter roles. And we will begin things with the Hopper starter today, hard-throwing righty Adrian Cook.
Well, when we look at Cook, he's coming off of his first start back on the 24th, which was against the Westside Woolly Mammoths, where during that span, through 3 innings of work, he was able to retire 2, walked 1, but essentially what Cook really struggled with during that time was going from that bullpen role to that starting role. He didn't realize how fatigued that he was going to get after 3 innings of work, and he knows his limits. So today he made sure that he came in very prepped. He's making sure he's studying the lineups, drinking plenty of water, and today he's looking to mix up his pitches. He knows his Beavers lineup. He knows what all the hitters are capable of doing. He knows what he wants to throw. He's wanting to mix more of his pitches. We've seen his fastball, his slider, and changeup. And looking at the Beavers lineup, we know that 4 batters are going to be hitting from the left side. So it's going to be very key for Cook to incorporate that changeup, to mix that in more than he normally does, because even though his fastball is coming in pretty hot, maxes out at 96 miles per hour, those batters know that they're going to see it more oftentimes than not. But Jason, when we switch over to the Diamond Hoppers side of things, give us a little taste of what we're going to see from right-hander Jake Kinney, who's coming off of a very impressive performance.
Yeah, a lot of anticipation around Jake Kinney's start today.
Yes.
Fresh off the 4th no-hitter in USPBL history last Sunday, when he pitched 7 scoreless innings of work against a Utica Unicorns lineup that was very potent entering that day. 12 strikeouts, just 1 walk throughout the course of that outing. So, G, you and I asked him the all-important question this morning: what is the mentality heading into the start after the no-hitter? That's always an interesting thing to think about. And Kinney said that he's trying to totally wipe the slate clean entering today against the Hoppers. New approach, new form of preparation, and new lineup that he's facing. So it is a different approach today. However, there are things that Kinney would love to carry over into today's start that we saw last Sunday against the Unicorns. One of those being the way he was locating his fastball, because the vast majority of his pitches are fastballs. About 85% of the time, he's throwing either the 4-seamer or the 2-seamer. But it was all about the location, drawing swings and misses. Those 12 strikeouts were a career high. Kept his pitch count just a shade under 100 again throughout the course of that no-hitter. So we'll see if he can carry that over into today against this matchup with the Hoppers. And G, to kick off our lineup discussion, we'll begin with the Beavers, who are the away team today.
Yeah, looking at the Beavers lineup, leading off is going to be Ben McConnell out in center field. Batting second is going to be Christian De Los Santos manning the hot corner. Batting third is going to be Pedro Castellano over at second base. Batting cleanup is Greg Vaughn Jr. out in left field. Batting fifth is going to be Felix Aberrett. Batting sixth, playing first base, is going to be Nick Kreitzer. Out in right field will be Will Krishina. He will be batting seventh today. Had to do some math there, Jay. Batting eighth is going to be Adam De La Cruz at short. And to round up the lineup is going to be General MacArthur, who is our designated hitter for the Beavers.
Yeah, and flipping things over to the opposite side, Connor Bagnetsky will lead off, one of the lefties in the lineup. And batting second will be Keyshawn Lynch, and playing at shortstop, Roy Verdejo will bat third and play in left field. Christian LeBoy will do the cleanup hitting, playing in right field. Travis McFarland will bat fifth and play at first base. Ron Williams Jr. will man third base and bat sixth. Into the bottom third now, Collier Rutledge will DH and bat seventh, while Nefi Mercedes bats eighth. And Austin Shoemaker will round out the lineup doing the catching and batting ninth. It is Faith Night here at Jimmy John's Field. Hope you can join us for a doubleheader between the Beavers and Hoppers.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Welcome into the USPBL network, the Beavers and Hoppers, in the first of two matchups on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Utica, Michigan, alongside former Lawrence Tech outfielder Jenna Rose. I'm Jason Ross Jr., welcoming you into our booth here at Jimmy John's Field. We'll begin the broadcast by thanking our proud sponsors: AAA, Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE, Fifth Third Bank, Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwiches, Macomb Community College, Discover, Connect, Advance, McLaren Macomb, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Chevy drives the Motor City, Pepsi, Scott's, let's get to the yard, Valpak, UWM, United Wholesale Mortgage, the #1 wholesale lender in the nation. Well, there's a look at Jake Kinney making a highly anticipated start. Jen, 2-1 on the season so far, still relatively new to that starter's role, but fresh off the 4th no-hitter in USPBL history.
Yeah, well, that right-hander has a lot going for him. When we look back to that no-hitter, through 7 innings of work, striking out 12, and we had the opportunity to chat with him heading into today's game, Jason, and he had the stats right in front of him from that outing, and he said he was using his fastball about 80% of the time. So the goal for today, tackling this Hoppers lineup, is to make sure that he's keeping them off balance, has 2 secondary pitches in his curve and his slider, and is mixing in that changeup every now and then. So high expectations placed on the shoulders of Kinney heading into today's outing. ERA of 1.29.
Yeah, one of the more cerebral pitchers in the USPBL. Was already studying before we even made the call to him earlier this morning. He'll face Ben McConnell, who leads things off for the Diamond Hoppers. First pitch of the afternoon comes in at 5:28 p.m. Eastern Time. McConnell filling the void of Juan Lopez Rios, who's still out with that hand injury, typically in the leadoff spot for the Hoppers, and was leading the team in batting average prior to going down with that injury.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, Jason, because even though he's been out for a hot minute, he's ranked second in all the league with that 386 batting average, Juan Lopez Rios, and has a couple other numbers up there as well. So McConnell has been doing a good job filling in for Rios there in that leadoff spot, hitting 314 versus righties.
Watches a 2-0 float outside. Now he has a hitter's count at 3-0. 404 on base percentage for McConnell entering today. Both of these teams have really watched their leadoff hitters have a lot of success in the month of July. For the Beavers, Connor Bagnetsky has a USPBL leading 600 on base percentage. McConnell awaiting the 3-0. That's a 4-pitch walk to begin things. Jake Kinney did hand out a free pass via the walk in his no-hitter last Sunday early on. Obviously didn't allow any hits. There were a couple of base runners, but located the fastball extremely well and commanded all of his pitches. So surprising early on to see 4 out of the zone as Christian De Los Santos climbs in right-handed. Another ball from Kinney. Now 5 out of the zone to begin this afternoon. The start after the no-hitter, always an interesting topic. How do you mentally approach that as he deals 1-0? Still can't find that first strike call. And out comes his catcher, Austin Shoemaker, for the first chat of the evening.
What really interests me about Kinney is that he has that experience as a catcher. And number one, he said what really helped him with catching was it helped shorten his arm path when he came into that pitching perspective. But he understands that there has to be some sort of synergy between him and his catcher, calling the shots, having a game plan for each batter stepping into the box. So right now for Kinney, it's just a matter of execution on these pitches.
Back-to-back 2-0 counts to the first 2 hitters he sees. There is the first strike call of the evening for the right-hander Jake Kinney, 6'7" tall atop that mound. And Jenna, to your point, he said that catching perspective allows him to watch hitters, and there's almost a symbiotic relationship between the two, the catcher and the pitcher, so he understands that on a deeper level. That's fouled off now, 2-2.
And that helps with communication as well, and just talking about what's advantageous for Kinney. We also look at his height that you mentioned before, 6'7". I mean, that really just helps with his release point. It's closer to the mound, and he's able to generate more power with less effort.
60 feet, 6 inches from home plate to the mound, and for him, it's more like maybe 54 or 55 inches at the release point. Certainly a commanding presence on the mound at 6'7". Pitches come at you from a downward plane on the hitter's perspective as well, as this is another pitch fouled off. It'll be a fly ball into right, beg your pardon, and there to make the play is Christian LeBoy.
Man, McConnell was all the way at second on that one. I mean, looked like Kinney was trying to work him inside, just got underneath it, popping it up over to right field there. But in that situation, McConnell knew he had to get back to first. Right field was nearby.
Brings up Pedro Castellano in the 3 spot today for the Hoppers. At first base is Ben McConnell after the leadoff walk. Kinney able to induce the fly out.
You know, Jason, when I was doing color with Jeremy in previous broadcasts, I think every game I would just talk about what I did wrong with my scorebook, and I'm off to a bad start. I forgot that it even existed on my desk.
It caught us off guard. We got rolling early today, Jen, first of 2. And here comes the pitch from Kinney. I'm in the same boat with you.
Yeah, well, now I'm like, well, here's my board, here's my notes, here's my book, here's my laptop. I have to get readjusted, but I think I can catch up pretty quick. Should be all right.
The 1-1. Taking off is McConnell to second, and he is safe.
What makes him such a great candidate to be in that leadoff position are those wheels, and we talked about it with Bagneski as well here for the Beavers. I mean, he ranks second in the league with stolen bases at 7.
That now ties the Hoppers for the most stolen bases in the USPBL so far this season with 14. Mammoths also have 14, the 2-1. Count now 3-1, second 3-ball count to the first 3 batters that Kinney has faced. Kinney walked just 1 batter in the no-hitter last Sunday against Utica. Dealing 3-1, needs a strike and finds it. Heavy fastball usage for Jake Kinney. Went back to the 4-seamer that time, about 85% fastball usage throughout the course of that no-hitter last Sunday. Likes to challenge opposing batters, and this Hoppers team has been aggressive of late. Here's the payoff. Castellano punches it off, and foul up into the stands off to our lefts.
What I love about Kinney's routine is that he's very slow and methodical. Having our conversation heading into this game, he loves the strategy aspect of pitching, plays chess in his spare time, games that are similar to strategizing in that fashion. So you can see that even in this situation with the runner on second, he is calm and collected.
Here comes another payoff pitch to Castellano, and it's the second walk of the game issued by Jake Kinney.
That makes it the 4th walk drawn so far this season for Pedro Castellano. Up next is a player who's notorious for drawing walks. 16 so far this season for Greg Vaughn Jr.
And Vaughn Jr. in the batting cleanup today for the Hoppers has numbers that you might associate with a leadoff hitter. 5-game on-base streak. Has walked in 4 consecutive games, swings and misses at the first pitch there. But typically draws out long, tough at-bats. At .468 on base percentage, leads the Hoppers so far this season. First 0-1 count for Jake Kinney. This is lined, foul.
And Jason, looking at his numbers, that really comes to no surprise given Greg Vaughn Sr., Silver Slugger with the Padres, played, I believe, between, he spent 15 years in the major leagues. I almost said 15 different teams.
Did play for a number of different teams. As you mentioned, they're four-time All-Star. Made it to the World Series with the Padres back in 1998. That was San Diego's last World Series appearance. Lost to the Yankees that year.
Saw that demonstration of power in the home run derby, tallying 27 in total during that outing.
He was your dark horse pick. I don't think anyone else had him.
Lamar Briggs was my underdog pick.
You had the pleasure of speaking with Greg's family. Shortly after, we get a balk called on Kinney, so runners advance 90 feet into scoring position with less than 2 outs. The first 0-2 count for Jake Kinney, but in a bit more trouble now with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Oh, nearly hit him. Vaughn Jr. will head back. Did well to at least try to stay out of the way of that. But the commands, maybe not quite where it was last Sunday right now for Jake Kinney. He felt so confident in where he was locating his pitches throughout the course of those hitless 7 innings on Sunday against Utica. There's his first strikeout of the game as Greg Vaughn Jr. goes down swinging.
You know, looking back on the past experience of Kinney, he still is pretty new to the starter role, which we do have to remember, even though he did have the 4th no-hitter in USPBL history, but he's used to having runners in scoring position, used to having runners on base in tight situations, so it just comes down to, as we talked about before, execution and finding that command with his fastball.
Yeah, both pitchers today on the flip side of the equation for the Hoppers, Adrian Cook. For the vast majority of his career, he's also been a reliever, as Felix Abaret fouls off the first pitch he sees. And Cook told us earlier today that it doesn't really impact him when he has to work out of the stretch. Jake Kinney admittedly said he's still trying to get his routine down as a starter and figuring all of that out. Back-to-back 0-1 counts for Kinney. Now 0-2 after a swing and a miss from Abaret.
Well, to get off to a hot start, Abaret is who you want in the box. Currently riding a 4-game hitting streak, 3 for 4 the last time he was at the plate against the Unicorns in his last game, and has tallied 3 home runs in the last 2 games. He has the power and he has the plate discipline.
Awaiting an 0-2. All Kinney needs is 3 pitches. Back-to-back strikeouts to recover after the leadoff walk. And we are scoreless after half an inning on the USPBL network.
Stands tonight and would like to take a moment to show his affection. He is presenting flowers to one lucky fan in section 101.
There's a look at our sweetheart of the game, brought to you by Thrifty Florist, JJ's sweetheart of the game. Nice and cool today. That is Adrian Cook's mom, Blanca. Adrian Cook is who we will see on the mound when we come back on the USPBL network.
About the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
A look at Adrian Cook, making just his second start of the season. What's expected to be more of an opening start for Cook today. Jen, vast majority of his experience out of the bullpen so far, but ready for this starting role today.
We talked about it during his last start. Looking at Cook, he went through 3 innings of work, and that is different coming in from a reliever closer role, that bullpen role, transitioning to the starter role. Really said that he had to hydrate well to make sure that he was able to maintain that endurance during today's outing. He's someone where he has one of the highest velocities in the league, topping out at 96 miles per hour with his fastball, and he knows this Beavers lineup, and this Beavers lineup knows him. So especially when he loves to go to that fastball, he has to make sure that he mixes in his other pitches like his slider and his changeup to make sure he's able to keep opposing batters off balance.
Cook began the day with a plate of French toast, off and ready to go, nice and energized. And we mentioned his family is in attendance today. First time seeing them in 3 months. Dad Brandon, Mom Blanca, and his younger sister Ariel. He's energized for what should be a fun, emotional start for Cook. Connor Bagnetsky will lead off. The left-hander takes the first pitch strike. Cook's 0-1. There's the velocity we talked about, 94. Can max out around 96, 97, which is the hardest we've seen all year in the USPBL. A tall task, though, in Connor Bagnetsky, who enters today on a 5-game hit streak. Waiting the 1-1, swings at it, lifts it to left field. Greg Vaughn Jr. over there today, drifting back, but watching it fall is Christian De Los Santos.
We can see that Bagnetsky was just a little late getting that bat through the zone, but really just looking over his stats, there's nothing bad to say about Bagnetsky. He has the wheels, second in the league with stolen bases, number 1 with his .517 batting average, hitting .440 against righties. So if Cook's able to take down Bagnetsky, I'm sure that'll be a good confidence boost moving through the latter half of this order.
Bagnetsky with hits in 9 of his last 10. The 1-2 is laced foul over toward the Beavers dugout.
And Bagnetsky isn't really someone who's going to strike out. So far this season, only striking out 3 times, has drawn 10 walks, normally putting the ball in play.
Looks at a 1-2. It couldn't quite hold up. And Bagnetsky will go down by way of the strikeout, his first time up to bat. So a good start for Adrian Cook.
Bagnetsky did not like that call, but you could see there with the barrel of the bat cutting through the zone. Just wasn't able to quite hold it, and especially with the speed and velocity you're seeing. That's the same word, different synonyms, but seeing the velocity from Cook, it's hard to hold off on that.
Brings up Keyshawn Lynch. Lynch was drafted by the Diamondbacks in the 14th round of the 2017 MLB Amateur Draft. Was let go from that organization, but found his way to the USPBL. Waiting an 0-1. That time he couldn't hold up.
Lynch is coming into this game with riding a 9 consecutive streak with at least 1 strikeout through the last 9 games played. Man, can't talk today.
You're okay, Jim.
9 consecutive games with at least 1 strikeout. There we go.
You make me feel better. The 0-2 is on the ground to second, bobbling it as Castellanos recovers for out number 1.
You can see there Castellanos was still moving with that momentum towards first base. And Jason, I'm glad I can make you feel better.
I know, you always do. Adrian Cook, 8 pitches in, quickly 2 down. Roy Verdejo stepping into the batter's box now, coming off quite the night on Thursday. Hit his 4th home run of the season in the 8-2 win over Utica.
We always love when you join us here digitally on the USPBL network, but if you came to the park today, if Verdejo gets a hit, you get some drink deals on the Craft Brew Garden. So again, especially looking at Verdejo's numbers, he's someone where, you know, if he's a player of the game, you'd want to come down.
Yes, he certainly was on Thursday. Beg your pardon, that was a 4-3 win over Westside, but arguably his best game of the season, 3 for 3. Again, drove in 2 runs. Hit a bomb to left field. All 4 of his home runs have come to left field so far this season. As a hitter's count at 2-0 here. First strike pours in at 96, the highest we've seen Adrian Cook climb so far on the velocity range.
It's interesting because in high school, he was someone who was projected to be throwing in the high 90s. By the end of graduation, however, he did have an elbow injury.
Draws a swing and a miss there to claw his way back now 2-2. Yeah, scouts were projecting him to be on a pathway where they thought maybe he could go in the top 10 rounds of the draft out of high school. However, that velocity that they saw at 92, maybe low 90s early in high school, dipped below 85 and ultimately took a different route. The 2-2 gets the strike call that he needed. And a 1-2-3 frame worked by Adrian Cook to begin the afternoon in front of his family. Brandon, Belanca, and Ariel seeing them for the first time in 3 months, and they're smiling already. We'll step aside here in Jimmy John's Field.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Hoppers and Beavers, first of 2 6-inning games on tap today here at Jimmy John's Field. There's a look at Jake Kinney, who recovered by striking out the final 2 batters he faced in the opening frame after a leadoff walk. Beavers enter today at 9-13 on the season. Final games in the month of July before we step into August tomorrow. The Westside Woolly Mammoths and Utica Unicorns will kick off the month of August with a 1 p.m. first pitch. We'll have that for you right here on the USPBL network. Hoppers on the flip side of that, 7-11 on the season so far this year. Eastside fresh off a big 8-2 win over Utica on Wednesday that snapped a 4-game losing streak. Nick Kreitzer was a key part of that. He was one of 8 different diamond hoppers who tallied a hit. There was depth up and down the lineup on Wednesday. Kreitzer batting 6th today. Kinney's 24th pitch of the evening is swung on and missed.
Definitely starting to see Kreitzer fall into a groove. Last game he played was 2 for 3 at the plate.
Delivers an 0-1 to center field. Bagnetsky back and calling for it for out number 1. So a quick contact out. Jake Kinney salutes Connor Bagnetsky.
You know, looking at Kreitzer when he's up at the plate, he has the ability to generate that power. We can tell that he's a big guy, but it seems as though most of the time when he's putting the ball in play, it's just always going right to someone. Maybe just a little on top of it, a little underneath it, but just looking for that breakout game where he continuously is able to put hard contact on the ball.
First pitch to Will Krushina. Floats up and away. Kinney's first 6 pitches in this game were all balls, which kind of baffled us after the incredible command that he displayed last Sunday against the Utica Unicorns when he threw the 4th no-hitter in USPBL history, but quickly recovered and struck out the last 2 batters that he saw in the first frame, and now a quick contact out, but here's a 2-0 count once again to Krushina, who has some pop in his bat. Into the bottom third of this Eastside lineup now. Krushina batting 7th. Good eye there to watch the 2-0 float away, now 3-0. Second 4-pitch walk issued today by Jake Kinney. 3rd walk overall. Only gave out 1 free pass last Sunday, but Krushina arrives easily at first base.
With baseball, it's such a mental game, and I can't imagine having to go into a new start. Kenny has mentioned before he wanted to start with a clean slate today after the no-hitter, but that still brings some pressure on you while you're on the bump.
Yeah, I can't imagine the start after the no-hitter. And told us, as Adam De La Cruz steps into the box, that, as you mentioned, Jen, it's a clean slate today, new approach, new opponent, new form of preparation. You'd have to imagine, though, there's some of that at least weighing on your mind. He finds the first strike here against De La Cruz.
And Kinney is someone who definitely does his homework, as we said before.
Yes.
When we were on the phone with him earlier today, he already had stats lined up in front of him. He's someone who studies film. He knows these batters ins and out.
1-1 is high, 2-1. Likes to rely on his catcher's knowledge as well for preparing on opposing hitters. Has such a cerebral approach from the game. One of my favorite quotes from the conversation was, he can tell from the hitter's body language. He said, if you're comfortable, if you're uncomfortable, even if a guy is shaking his head after a swing, that's all kind of the intel that's soaking into the mind of Jake Kinney throughout the course of a start.
And it doesn't even have to be when he's pitching. He notices it whenever he's in the dugout as well, seeing how his pitchers fare against opposing lineups.
Kinney is an avid reader off the mound. As Jenna noted, loves anything mirroring the game of chess. Here's a 3-1, needs a strike and finds it. Now a full count on De La Cruz, who picked up his first hit of the month a couple of days ago. Mind you, this is the last day of July, so De La Cruz was really struggling, and that hit probably felt better than normal the other day. The payoff is back to the screen. Count remains 3-2.
De La Cruz fouls it off. Looking at his stats, Jason, he's only hitting .069 against right-handed pitchers.
Kinney, primarily a fastball pitcher, about 85% of the time, has the slider and changeup as well. Delivers the payoff, and it hit De La Cruz, who goes down. They're going to come out to check on him. It was up and in, tried to avoid it, but you could hear the impact from up here. Adam De La Cruz, one of the nicer guys in the USPBL that you will ever chat with, hoping that he's okay. Still dusting that off. The batter gloves come off. So do the shin guards. He appears to be okay to head to first.
Yeah, it looked like it was coming in hot, too, so glad to see him make his way towards first base.
Ed Campanella out to talk with Jake Kinney along with his catcher Austin Shoemaker. Kinney began this second inning by inducing a quick flyout off Nick Kreitzer, but now a walk and a hit by pitch. And that walk was already the 3rd walk we've seen through not yet 2 innings completed. A look at the Beavers bullpen. Not too much movement going on there. General MacArthur steps up to the plate in the 9 spot today, doing the DHing. General MacArthur, probably maybe the best name right now in the USPBL.
Oh, definitely.
37th pitch from Kinney is a strike called on the outside corner.
Yeah, for Kinney, we talked about it before. He has his plan of attack ready, has conversations with his catcher to see where they'd want to throw certain batters facing one of 4 who like to hit from the left side. Here for the Hoppers, all comes down to a matter of execution.
MacArthur will step out. Kinney was released from the Philadelphia Phillies organization due to COVID-related cuts before spring training, but continued working at his crafts as he delivers a pitch slightly up in the zone, now 1-1. Then, after being cut by the Phillies organization, had an accidental setback with an ankle injury. He was just stepping off a sidewalk, but did some pretty bad damage. At that point, as the count is now 1-2, he thought maybe that's a sign to step aside from baseball for a bit, possibly find a new career. Actually began undergoing job interviews until he received a phone call from Beavers manager Ed Campanella, who was in need of a pitcher, and the rest was history. Here's the 1-2. Slightly tapped to short. Now over there aiming for 2. They won't quite get it. They do get heading to second base there, De La Cruz. So advancing to third goes Crucena. 2 down now.
Yeah, we can see there MacArthur just getting the barrel of the bat on the ball to put it into play. Has the speed to beat out the throw over at first. Only 11 at-bats heading into today for General MacArthur, recording 2 hits, 1 stolen base, 1 strikeout.
And this gets away, which will bring home Crucena. The first run of the game scored as it gets past Austin Shoemaker. And now the Hoppers take a 1-0 lead.
Kinney is really struggling to find the strike zone, and in situations like this with runners on it, you have to make sure that you're locating. You have about 23 inches to work with there on the plate.
Now Ben McConnell, second time through the order for the Hoppers. McConnell walked his first time up to bat. Second time today that he's seen a 2-0 count. It was a 4-pitch walk back in the top of the first, which doesn't feel too long ago. The 2-0, flared foul. Kinney's 2-1 is in the dirt. Now 3-1. Jenna, like you said, the command just not quite there at the moment for Kinney. Still kind of searching for it, especially the location of his fastballs. The 3-1 is swung on and missed. McConnell had the green light there. McConnell hitting .314 off righties entering today. Nefi Mercedes will dish to Travis McFarland, and that'll get Jake Kinney out of any more trouble. However, 1 run does cross the plate after the ball gets past Austin Shoemaker. And the Hoppers have a 1-0 lead.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Back comes Adrian Cook onto the mound, the right-hander who you saw touch 96 with his fastball. In the first inning, it was a 1-2-3 frame, so just 13 pitches in, and now has a one-run lead to work with atop the mound.
Something that we talked about with Cook heading into today's game is that he loves the defense behind him, which brings you all the more confidence when you step out onto the bump, especially when you're coming in switching roles. But with that, he also wishes that they could just pick up the offense a little bit. So it'll be important for the Diamond Hoppers to be able to do so continuously throughout this game. We already see they are up 1-0.
Right fielder number 20,
Christian LeBoy, the cleanup hitter, will lead off to begin the second. LeBoy, a native of Puerto Rico, awaiting the first pitch. Cook delivered first pitch strikes to 2 out of the first 3 batters he saw. In the first, struck out both Connor Bagnetsky and Roy Verdejo. Was able to induce a ground ball out to Keyshawn Lynch. Now 2-0 on LeBoy.
LeBoy is certainly one of the power bats that you're going to see in this lineup, has the ability to send it to all fields. However, he has only recorded 1 hit in the last 4 games played, so looking to find consistency here at the plate.
Cook hit LeBoy that time with a 92-mile-per-hour pitch, and LeBoy hopped out of there quickly. You can imagine that probably stung a little bit. De La Cruz was hit in the previous inning.
You know, Jason, sometimes I flinch a little bit when we're over playing wiffle ball and I get hit. I can't even imagine.
I know.
Especially with that velocity that we see from Cook, which from this point on can only go up.
Yep. We've seen Cook touch as high as 96, as we noted. Here comes Travis McFarland, who for the most part this season has carried the highest batting average on the Beavers team.
McFarland leads the league in doubles, tallying 5 so far this season. Ranks 5th in the league with 18 hits so far. LeBoy still shaking his arm a bit over on first base. Has to sting.
Has a bit of a lead off there. McFarland takes the 1-1 pitch to center field. It'll hang up, not deep enough. There to make the play is Ben McConnell.
Cook trying to work McFarland there inside, and LeBoy, he has to be in pain. You could see there he really didn't even really jog back to first base.
No.
Which, granted, you know he's going to be fine over there on first, but.
Brings up Ron Williams Jr. Hoppers holding LeBoy on at first with less than 2 outs. After the Travis McFarland flyout.
Ron Williams Jr. is coming in riding a 3-game hitless streak, looking to put the ball in play successfully here today at Jimmy John's. Going up against a tough pitcher in Cook, who has been on so far today.
Williams known as more of a contact hitter. There's some contacts. To second, they're looking for 2 and couldn't quite get the double play that Cook was looking for to end the inning. However, the leadoff runner, Christian LeBoy, is gunned down, so Ron Williams Jr. arrives at first by way of the fielder's choice, and Collier Rutledge will step up to the plate in the 7th spot.
Nice flip up the middle and good stretch by Kreitzer, but Ron Williams Jr., he has the speed, that's for sure, and sending up Collier Rutledge to the plate in the designator hitter position today for the Beavers.
Rutledge, sometimes in the DH role. There he is today, DHing, and native of Florida. Began his college career at East Florida State before transferring to Faulkner. Has always had a goal of playing baseball professionally. Hits in 3 of his last 4 games. Another grounder to the left side. This time the third baseman, De Los Santos, coming in on a slow developing play and never really had a grasp of it. So Rutledge will arrive at first, and a runner advances to second in Ron Williams Jr.
And that's been the same storyline for Rutledge so far this season, hitting ground balls over 56% of the time when the ball is put in play.
Brings up Nefi Mercedes, the younger brother of Yerman Mercedes, who's in the White Sox organization, and Mercedes swings at the first pitch aggressively to left field, but there to make the grab is McConnell to retire the side. So runners on first and second, but no damage done. Hoppers remain up 1-0 on the USPBL network.
When people keep repeating that you'll never fall in love, and everybody keeps retreating, but you can't seem to get enough. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart, to your heart.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
You can enter for a chance to win $250 and 4 front row tickets to the championship game this year at the USPBL. All you have to do is text Chevy Detroit to 555-888 or visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for official rules. Jake Kinney back out for his 3rd inning of work. Infielders behind him today, Ron Williams Jr. at third base, Keyshawn Lynch at short, Nefe Mercedes at second, Travis McFarland at first. Outfield from left to right, Roy Verdejo, Connor Bagnetsky, and Christian LeBoy. 46 pitches already through a couple of innings for Jake Kinney, which is just about halfway to the 97 that he threw throughout the course of 7 innings against Utica last Sunday.
We could see towards the tail end of the first inning today, he recorded back-to-back strikeouts against this Hoppers lineup. So right now, just finding the strike zone, getting into that groove is going to be key for Kinney, and he has the ability to do so. Does the research heading in, as we've talked about before, and looking to get that pitch count down.
Third baseman, number 23, David Benzo.
If you're just tuning in, just 2 6-inning games today, so just about halfway home in the first of 2. Christian De Los Santos, his second plate appearance of the game, takes a first pitch strike.
Currently hitting .250 against the right-handed pitchers.
Quickly down 0-2. De Los Santos flew out his first time up to bat. All Kinney needs is 3 pitches to dispatch De Los Santos to lead off the third.
We can see here now Kinney is starting to find his groove. Only 3 pitches to get out De Los Santos.
His third strikeout of the game, fanned 12, a career high in the strikeout category last Sunday against Utica.
You know what amazes me, Jason, because he really only started to pick up pitching when he was 18.
It really is an incredible story. He was a catcher prior to pitching, but grew out of catching. You see him on the mound right now, 6'7", so really began to wear on his knees in particular. And a coach in a travel league saw his arm one day and gave him an opportunity to start. Came back as a senior in high school and told his coaches, hey, I'd like some more, maybe some reps at pitching this year. And that became his full-time role, but as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, primarily a relief pitcher up until right about now. This just being his third start of the season. The 2-0 to Castellano is a deep fly ball to left field. It'll get down. Roy Verdejo chasing after it. Won't get there in time, and it'll be a double for Castellano.
Nice swing by Castellano there. You can see in the outfield you saw that deep fly ball. Thought it was going to take the hop. Both outfielders getting ready to throw up their arms to say that it's out, but man just stayed in, rolled off that yellow top there on the outfield wall.
And Pedro Castellano now smiling at second base. 1 out and a runner in scoring position for the cleanup hitter, Greg Vaughn Jr.
You know what? It's nice to see Castellano put the ball in play in that fashion, given that he snapped a 4-game hitting streak not too long ago. So he's getting back in action.
Castellanos' dad, Pedro Castellano Sr., played in the majors for the Rockies in the mid-90s. Native of Venezuela, and Greg Vaughn Jr., another player whose dad played in the majors, Greg Vaughn Sr. So we've got back-to-back. Yeah, Pedro there. Castellano Sr., then Greg Vaughn Jr., Greg Vaughn Sr. We'll mix them up today. Yeah.
Senior. Jason, you're a junior.
I am. We're all over the place. And Greg Vaughn Jr. has a 3-0 count now. Jake Kinney can't avoid issuing his 4th walk of the game so far. Not yet through 3 innings, just 2 1/3, but 4 free passes handed out. And a couple of hit by pitches in the mix as well.
That makes it the 17th walk on the season for Greg Vaughn Jr. He does have the ability to navigate the strike zone as a batter, but you can see they're not really getting any pitches that he'd want to foul off. Free pass to first.
So now the Hoppers in business with a 1-0 lead. Kinney working out of the stretch. First pitch to Aberrett, who's been hot of late, is a ball, 1-0. Aberrett, Northern California native, grew up going to Giants games in San Francisco.
You know, Jason, how did you feel about the Giants' new uniforms that they posted not too long ago?
Ooh, I like them, G. I do.
liked them too.
Yeah, they made some nice moves at the deadline yesterday. Brought in Chris Bryant from Chicago. They were kind of unloading the Cubs, and Giants appear to be on a pretty good run here. Maybe a lot of potential heading into the postseason for Felix Abarette's hometown team. Abarette fouls another pitch back. Now 1-2.
Had the opportunity to talk to Nochi the other day at the end of the 5th inning, and it was the game that Abarette and Greg Vaughn Jr. both recorded home runs. And I said, you know, how exciting is it for you to see, you know, batters who have the ability to generate power do so? And he said, well, about time.
Yeah, that 8-2 win over Utica on Wednesday for the Hoppers snapped a 4-game losing streak. It was really an offensive outburst. 8 different players recorded a hit. And they're picking up where they left off so far. A double from Pedro Castellano in this inning, followed up by a walk to Greg Vaughn Jr., has runners at first and second. And Abarette awaiting a 2-2 pitch. Another full count, now 3-2.
Given past experience, Kinney is used to this situation, having runners on base. 1 out.
Walk number 5.
We can see there Kinney was trying to work Abarette outside. We've talked about it before, has a game plan for every batter coming into each outing, but there just wasn't able to locate that corner of the plate.
Ed Campanella comes out once again along with the entire infield to huddle up there with Jake Kinney.
Getting ready to step into the box is Nick Kreitzer. We've talked about it before, someone who has that ability to generate power. He is a big, strong guy. He can definitely do some damage with bases loaded, 1 out.
Kreitzer described his swing to me as calm but violent. Had just 2 hits over his last 7 games, entering that offensive outburst I talked about on Wednesday, the 8-2 win for Eastside over Utica. And speaking with people around the clubhouse, they felt like it was an important game for him individually. Another first pitch ball from Jake Kinney, 1-0. And Kreitzer showed up. Had his first multi-hit game in a month. Collected his first RBI in a month. And always has a smile on his face, but I think he was smiling a little brighter a few days ago. Good eye there. Now back-to-back 2-0 counts.
You know, that is what I love about Kreitzer, because he's one of the players who comes to work at the park on the days that he's not playing. And I'm always seeing him interact with the kids, always playing around. One time, I believe it was a Meet the Hoppers day, and the kids all had their little balloon swords. We can see them spread throughout the park now, and he's like, you can't kill me. I've got to play the game later.
I remember that. Swings at the 2-0 and able to sneak that past the glove of Nefi Mercedes. He'll bring home not only 1 but 2 runs. The throw to third, however, is in time for out number 2. But 2 cross the plate for the Hoppers.
Nice poke by Kreitzer there, sending 2 across the plate. And, man, as you can see there, had the speed to get over to third, but just not in time.
Now back-to-back games with an RBI for Nick Kreitzer. Castellano and Greg Vaughn Jr. both score to add a couple of insurance runs onto this Hopper lead. Will Crescino walked his first time up to bat. Laces this pitch right back to Kinney and up the middle for a base hit. Kreister advances to second, and the Hoppers keep on hitting.
And I think the last time I saw Kushina was when he sent that home run right before the tornado warning kicked in the other day. But tall guy has the ability to send the ball. Ability that both base runners have in Kreitzer and Kushina.
This may be it for Jake Kinney. There's a pitcher trotting out from the bullpen. We'll step aside on the USPBL network. Pitching change here at Jimmy John's Field.
About the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
There's a look at the right-hander Cole Gidley coming in relief of Jake Kinney.
Examining Gidley's arsenal, typically seeing him utilize his two-seam fastball 70% of the time. We'll bring in that changeup and follow it up with a curveball that you'll see just under 11% of the time. 14 2/3 inning of work so far this season for Gidley. Has an ERA of 7.96, walking 17 batters, striking out 18. Coming in today after Kinney. Not exactly what you wanted to see. Had a really hard time locating his pitches, trying to find the strike zone.
5 walks for Kinney today. Only walked 1 in his 7-inning start last Sunday. But today last just 2 2/3 innings before giving way to the bullpen. Certainly earlier than we anticipated. Cole Gidley, a native of Michigan. Hometown is Ovid, Michigan. Pitched at Mott Community College in Flint. Another relatively tall pitcher at 6'5".
Opposing batters currently hitting .293 against Gidley.
And Gidley's drawn a lot of swings and misses with his changeup, in particular so far this season. And when you speak to hitters around the USPBL, they'll more often than not tell you that either a changeup or a slider from a right-handed pitcher, those are two of the tougher pieces of weaponry to face when it comes to adjusting. Adam De La Cruz has runners at first and second. Reached base his first time up to bat, but would love to do so in a less painful way this time around. Was hit by a pitch up and in on his hand. Appears to be okay. De La Cruz, another player who works at the field on his off days. A student of the game, always studying his craft. Watches that pitch skip in the dirt, and so do the runners on first and second as they will advance to second and third, respectively. Kreitzer on to third. Kushina will waltz his way to second. That pitch was in the dirt. You can expect for the vast majority of Gidley's arsenal to stay down in the zone. Here's the 2-0. Cranked to left. Coming in and making a sliding play is Verdejo to end the inning and get the Beavers out of any further trouble. 3-0 Hoppers after a couple more score. That was the 5th third bank out of the game here at Jimmy John's Field. And here's a look at JJ. The water brought to you by Michigan First Credit Union. As usual, our proud sponsor, and the umpire gets a little hydration.
You know, it was funny talking with Cook today because I can't remember how we got on the subject of JJ, but he was saying his mom and his sister were so excited to try and get a picture with him today. But, you know, for how long Cook has been here, he only got to pet JJ once, and it was more recently.
He really wanted to see JJ today, and that was definitely atop the goals in addition to getting off to a good start, which he has done so far today. Opened things up with a 1-2-3 frame, was sitting for a while there after inducing a few ground outs in the second inning. So Cook now out for a third. We thought we may just see 2 to 3 innings today out of Adrian Cook, as we now have our young fans running the base paths.
Well, you know, you can tell that Cook has his priorities straight, making sure that he's
Oh,
ready
yeah.
for a good start and also trying to get in as many, you know, pets with JJ as he can.
Not only that, but began the day with a plate of French toast. I mean, I have to certainly give him some kudos for the breakfast selection today.
You know, I was getting a little nervous with how hard that he can throw and the kids running around the bases.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad, obviously, there was no mix-up there, but whew, I wouldn't even want to be down on the field.
That fastball of his is lethal. He's induced some swings and misses so far today and really kept opposing batters off balance from a timing standpoint.
Yeah, Cook is definitely keeping good pace here today at Jimmy John's. About to face Austin Shoemaker, then the top of the Beavers lineup.
And Cook did tell us that the slider and changeup are two other pitches he'd like to incorporate as frequently as possible when appropriate, and kind of giving an offset to that hard stuff that he can throw in the mid-90s consistently.
Right, because he even said that these batters know that they're going to be getting that fastball, but it just comes down to a matter of when and where in the county's going to use it.
Austin Shoemaker in the 9th spot of the Beavers lineup. Watches the first pitch strike pour in at 91. Shoemaker batting just 175 entering today. Has commanded the staff well in his catching duties. The 0-1 is inside now 1-1.
And you talked about his batting average, 175, but he's someone who has the ability to put the ball in play. His batting average on balls in play is 368, so just a matter of finding those holes and creating that solid contact.
Takes a swing at the 1-1, but taps it to Greg Vaughn Jr., who slings to first for out number 1.
Making those routine plays look easy.
And, G, you brought up a stat. Break that down for us, expected average on balls in play.
Well, I think I'm using it right.
I think you are, too.
Matt can give me the nod if I am or not. But so essentially batting average on balls in play. So you see their batting average, you know, when they're safe, when they're making contact. But overall, that batting average on balls in play is seeing the amount of times that they're able to make solid contact. I'm looking at Matt out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, there we go.
The thumbs up.
Essentially, yeah. He said, we'll talk about it after the break. With his eyes. With his eyes.
Brings up Bagnetsky, the leadoff hitter for the Beavers, with one down here in the third. But definitely an interesting stat to dive into.
Yeah, seeing a rare strikeout on Bagnetsky during the last time he stepped into the box, marking his 4th of the season.
Maybe another out, this time on the ground, as Cook covers the bag for out number 2. So Bagnetsky, a rare 0 for 2 start to the day.
Yeah, you can see there he just got it on the tip of his bat to put the ball in play. Has the speed, but Cook was able to get to first. First. Sooner.
First.
Got to work on that vocabulary. Am I making you feel better, Jay?
You are, as always. As always, Jen.
As always.
Brings up Keyshawn Lynch. Speak to people around the Beavers clubhouse. They love his bat. Cook drops it down to 85 that time. That was the slider that he told us earlier today he's hoping to incorporate a bit more often. The 1-0. All right, to third, Christian De Los Santos, a 1-2-3 frame. Second time that Adrian Cook has retired the side in order. And we will step aside here on the USPBL Network. Hoppers with a 3-0 lead.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, I mean free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
A look at the family cam. Plenty of host families in the stands today. If you're new to the USPBL, a lot of these players live with host families. Cole Gidley is a Michigan native, so some of the Michigan natives mostly drive from their home city, but a lot of different families of all different ages and just a lot of fun people in the stands today.
No, and that has to be fun being a host family, especially if you have any children who are playing softball or baseball, to have the opportunity to play, or excuse me, to live with a professional. Sure, they probably play in the backyard, right? Thinking wiffle ball. But no, that's just an exciting experience to learn, to support someone on their journey to, you know, hopefully a successful continuous baseball career after the USPBL. I had a very good friend growing up, Olivia. They had foreign exchange students stay with them a lot, and her little brother just soaked it up. One came from France, another from Italy, so it was fun learning different languages and just, you know, having someone who's willing to play with him, since Olivia would not, but she'll never hear this broadcast, so it's fine.
Why didn't she play with them?
Oh, no, I mean, there was a pretty big age gap because we were in
gotcha.
high school, and I think our sophomore year, we were at like his 6th birthday party.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Nice, nice. General MacArthur up to bat.
Fielder's choice last time. He put the ball in play here.
Now, if you were to Google General MacArthur, you'd find Douglas MacArthur, who was a general for the Army of the United States back in the early 1930s. During World War II. The 1-1 pitch. There's a strike called, now 1-2.
You know, that's why whenever there's new players coming into the USPBL and I do my research, I have to type their name and then type baseball.
Yes. That's the key.
I mean, I'm sure there aren't too many General MacArthurs out there, but I can see with that specific title and the other meaning.
1-2 pitch from Gidley. Skips inside. MacArthur did well to avoid that. Hoping to turn the order back over to Ben McConnell, who reached by way of the walk back in the first and grounded out in the second. Hopper's lineup was able to get to Beavers starter Jake Kinney today. 5 walks. Control issues were the primary issue today.
Gidley trying to work MacArthur outside there, even though it's been a short time for General MacArthur here in the USPBL so far when he's putting the ball in play. A lot of it has been to his pull side or straightaway.
Payoff pitch was just low, so the first walk handed out by Cole Gidley.
Center fielder number 2, Ben McConnell.
And that brings up Ben McConnell in the leadoff spot today for the Hoppers, as he has been really throughout the past few weeks, filling the void left by Juan Lopez Rios, who began the season playing that role for the Hoppers and still has the highest batting average on the team, sitting out with an injury right now. They'd love to get him back for the final month of the season. Hoppers at 7-11 on the year. McConnell swings at the first pitch. Back on that is Ron Williams Jr. That is out number 1.
MacArthur convinced me for a second that he was going to try and take second base there, but as you can see, heading back to first, McConnell still in search of his first hit of the game, riding in today with a 4-game hitting streak, looking to extend that to 5.
So now Christian De Los Santos up to bat. There goes MacArthur to second easily.
And MacArthur got a great jump there at first base. Felt as though he was almost halfway there before the ball was even out of Gidley's hand.
Hoppers have been aggressive on the base paths so far this season, second in the USPBL in the category of stolen bases. That was number 23 on the season. MacArthur takes off again, this time to third.
That just goes to show that as a base runner, if you're taking the time to study the tendencies of different pitchers, and here with Gidley, you can see that MacArthur is able to seize every opportunity in his timing and delivery. Have you ever watched The Simpsons, Jason?
I have. Where are you going with this?
Well, I believe their hometown team is the Isotopes.
I think I remember that.
And anyways, I think it just inspired Bart to play baseball, but there was one he stole second, stole third, and then he was like, I'm going to steal home, and then was running out, and he got tagged out at home because, you know, for obvious reasons, but that just reminded me about that from MacArthur.
What was the town they lived in called?
Springfield.
Springfield. The 1-2 is on the ground past the diving arm of Ron Williams Jr. On home goes General MacArthur, and the Hoppers continue to pad their lead. Now 4-0 on the RBI single from Christian De Los Santos.
Nice effort there by Ron Williams Jr. I can't imagine manning the hot corner, especially in the game of baseball, when you're looking at the exit velocities of some of these bats here in the USPBL. That seems like a dangerous place to be.
Pedro Castellano up to bat. He's playing second base today for the Hoppers. Takes a first pitch strike.
Jason, I don't want to jinx it, but my book's looking good so far. This is rare.
Don't jinx it.
I probably did. I'll knock on this whatever surface on our counter.
Knock on artificial wood.
Everyone at home is like, why do they think they're funny? They're not.
I think the important thing is we believe we are. It's all about believing in life.
Yeah, and for those of you at home, be sure to join us on our chat here.
This is hanging up forever, and finally, Ron Williams Jr. will grasp out number 2.
I wonder if it's kind of heading into a tricky point of the day with the way that the sun's falling onto the field because, I mean, obviously things are different when you're in play, but it seems as though that was more in shortstop territory, but the way that it must have fell, you could see Ron Williams Jr. was heading out that way.
Brings up Greg Vaughn Jr. Walked in the 3rd inning. With 2 outs now and a runner at first, Vaughn Jr. will find a base hit into left. And Jen, you've told me about your routine when it comes to judging the wind, playing in the outfield. How do you kind of measure up the sun? I know you were a sunglasses type of girl in the outfield.
Yeah, I definitely was, paired with a visor, but, you know, just really making sure that you're setting yourself up in the right position to know when the ball's coming your way, if you're going to be utilizing your glove, if you have, you know, like you said, if you have a visor, if you have sunglasses. And it's kind of like a muscle memory thing, too. I think that's not the right verbiage to use. But just with how many times you've seen the ball come off the bat, knowing which angle to take it. So while you can see it for that brief second before it gets lost in the sun, kind of pulling back on that memory. I think I saved it, right?
Yeah,
I did. Muscle memory, not the right term, but the memory of how the ball can fly off a bat. There we go.
1-0 pitch, another hard hit ball, but this time it is Keyshawn Lynch flying high to snag out number 3. Beavers desperately needed that, a sparkling play to wrap up the 4th, and we will step aside on the USPBL network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Adrian Cook back to work. His 4th inning. Again, we only expected to maybe see 1, 2, possibly 3 from what was described to us as an opener more so than an anticipated full-on start. But Cook, in front of his family that traveled in from Texas last night, Dad Brandon, Mom Bianca, and his sister Ariel, arrived around 4 in the morning, he told us, and I don't believe he's had the chance to speak with them yet, but they're planning to go out after the game, and as of right now, they'll be celebrating.
Putting on a show for the Cooks, keeping the Beavers scoreless so far, and we talked about his last outing, 3 innings of work, and during those 3 innings of work, he felt a little fatigued towards the tail end of that, but now bottom of the 4th, pitch count is at 31 for Cook. Flying colors so far during this outing, Jay.
The last inning he worked was the second 1-2-3 frame that we've seen so far. First pitch to Verdejo is in the dirt.
Right now, looking at the major leagues, for pitchers, they're averaging 16 pitches per inning. So on a very good roll here for Cook.
Yeah, the average right now, I guess you could chalk up through 3 innings, is about 10 pitches per. Rare 2-0 count. Verdejo, as we mentioned, coming off one of the better games of his season so far on Thursday night, hit his 4th homer of the year. 2-0 hitters count. Swung at that, but a tad late.
Yeah, but that's a little bit dangerous when you look at such a high velocity coming from a pitcher like Cook, because if you get the barrel on it, it's just going to go. And especially when we're looking at Verdejo, he has the ability to hit the ball hard. We actually have his last home run ball signed, Jay.
We do, as he swings and misses at the 2-1, now 2-2. We kind of walked out of the ballpark, were handed that souvenir the other night.
Played catch with it the next day.
We did
trying
do
to
that
figure out
too.
our baseball grips.
The 2-seam grip. 2-2 pitch to Verdejo. Swung on and missed to complete the strikeout. Throw down to first.
We talked about it before. The major league average right now is 16 pitches per inning. Here in the USPBL, it's just a hair over. It's at 17. So Cook putting on a show. Great to have the family in town.
Yeah, Cook's been playing baseball since he was about 5 years old, really pitching since around that age. Family came from Victoria, Texas, but Cook lived in Mexico until he was about 9 years old. First pitch to LeBoy is in the dirt, 1-0 count. Family moved from Mexico to Texas when he was in 4th grade. His mom's side of the family is from Mexico. Dad Brandon, his side of the family is from Texas. His dad has an oil and gas company. Cook's 1-0 pitch. Bounce to short. Adam De La Cruz is there. 2 down.
That was a nice read on those hops by Adam De La Cruz there. Wasn't sure if he was going to come charge in, but you got to work with that lip on the grass in the infield. So he's able to read the hop well and make the play.
You saw a shot of De La Cruz there. He really is the quarterback of the infield for this Hoppers team, known as one of the more vocal guys, which you'd love to see out of a shortstop. Brings up Travis McFarland with 2 down. Hoping to light some sort of spark in the offensive fire for this Beavers team. Adrian Cook has been about efficient as you can get. Just 8 pitches into his 4th frame of work. This is number 40 of the evening. Just off the outside part of the plate, now 1-1.
We talked about it before, having such a high velocity when your pitches are coming in. Looking at McFarland, tied for 2nd in the league with 4 home runs with, a couple others. I believe Briggs is up there as well. Galassi currently leading the league with 8 for the Unicorns.
Yeah, Verdejo with 4. Travis McFarland with 4. 2 of the Beavers players on display today. There's a 4-way tie for 2nd in homers. They all have 4. Noah Childress and Lamar Briggs, the others. As McFarland's able to hold back there. Now he has a hitter's count at 3-1. McFarland has the pop in his bat. In college, had plenty of extra base hits his senior year. 3-1 is lifted in the air to center field. McConnell tripped. However, it falls in right field, and Will Crushena is there to make the play for out number 3. So another 1-2-3 inning for Adrian Cook, who is cooking right now. We will step aside on the USPBL network. Back-to-back 1-2-3 frames for Cook.
with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Only 6 innings today in this doubleheader. Cole Gidley hoping that his offense can find a groove next time up to bat. But after 4, Adrian Cook has just been absolutely cruising for the Hoppers today. Would expect to see him come out for potentially a 5th. Still just a shade over 40 pitches into his outing. Gidley 20 pitches into his relief appearance.
And good for Cook. He's someone who was so excited to take on that starter role and the opportunity laid before him previously during that first start. Only working 3 innings, but we can see here he is keeping a very good pace about him, has the endurance, and is locating most of his pitches, being able to find the strike zone.
Cook with 3 strikeouts so far. Nick Kreitzer up to bat for the Hoppers to lead off the 5th. Kreitzer now back-to-back games with an RBI after he drove in 2 runs in the 3rd with a hard-hit single. Back-to-back innings, the Hoppers have had runners in scoring position.
Gidley trying to flirt with that outside corner of the plate there, but first pitch really far off in the other batter's box.
Kreitzer looking for another hard-hit single, and he'll find it.
The right fielder, number 25, Will Christina.
See, they're giving McFarland some trouble over at first. Hard hit. You know what's coming off of Kreitzer's bat hard.
Just an absolute shot there as Nick Kreitzer continues to find a groove after struggling for the vast majority of July. He now has back-to-back multi-hit games. Will Krushina up to bat now. The 6, 7, 8 spots in the Hoppers lineup have been good over their last 2. Once again today, all 3 of those players, Kreitzer batting 6th, Krushina batting 7th, and Adam De La Cruz in the 8 spot, have reached. And Krushina has a 2-0 count against Gidley. Throw back to first. Kreitzer slides in safely.
With Krushina's single earlier today, that extends his 3-game hitting streak to 4 now.
Krushina belts the 2-0 pitch deep to left field. Verdejo is back at the wall. He'll make the catch. Isn't quite deep enough. Kreitzer tagged and headed to second, but he will go back to first.
Deep fly out to left there. You can see Krushina got a good hold of that ball, but just wasn't able to get it far enough to go over the fence. Nice work by Verdejo out and left. Wonder what energy drink he had heading into today.
I was wondering about that. You went with the delicious strawberry kiss.
From Bang. Yeah, I always get the cotton candy, so I had to switch it up. But, you know, been having some conversations. Alec here was nice enough to bring me Rain, the orange dreamsicle.
Ooh.
It's so good.
Ooh, orange dreamsicle.
I know. I'm such a bad influence on you.
You're making me even more hungry and now craving my first ever energy drink, potentially. The 1-0. Adam De La Cruz up to bat now.
Stay pure, Jason.
Okay.
Stay pure. Don't let me corrupt you. Already did so with coffee.
That's true. Cappuccinos are my thing now. Pleasure to have you with us on the USPBL network for the first of 2 games today between the Hoppers and Beavers. Just 6 innings in both games. Hoppers in search of back-to-back wins after snapping a 4-game losing streak the other day. Here's a 3-0, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Adam De La Cruz.
0 for 1 on the day, also hit by pitch earlier today. He's been able to find his way to first base. Runners on first and second now.
General MacArthur walked his last time up to bat, then stole second and third, and was driven home by way of an RBI single off the bat of Christian De Los Santos in the 4th. This is yanked to Ron Williams Jr., just fisted off the bat for out number 2.
MacArthur's still trying to understand what happened there. Smiling as he's walking off, though. Just a blooper of a fly ball to get out.
So now Ben McConnell flew out in the 4th. He's also drawn a walk today. There were 5 walks through the first couple of innings issued by Beaver starter Jake Kinney after he only handed out 1 free pass last Sunday. This Hoppers team was actually dead last in the category of walks entering today in the USPBL. Ron Williams Jr. has been busy in this inning, steps on the bag for out number 3. Nonetheless, they're working some tough at-bats today, and the Hoppers still have a 4-0 lead after 4.5 played here at Jimmy John's Field. And that'll take us to our sing-along, the Genesis Credit Union sing-along. Are you ready, Jen?
No.
I know, but it's okay. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. There's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Live karaoke in front of an audience, and we'll go to break. USPBL Network, powered by UWM.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Right-hander Hayden Pierce coming in relief of Adrian Cook, who worked a very efficient 4 innings today for the Hoppers, bridging the gap to what could be a closer here, Jen.
Pierce coming in with an ERA south of 1. Opposing batters are only hitting 153 off of Pierce coming in. He has plenty to work with in his arsenal. His 4-seam, 2-seam, curve slider, and changeup. Jason, we had the opportunity to speak with Hayden Pierce prior today, the right-hander taking the mound now for the Hoppers, and he feels very comfortable with his curveball, saying that he learned that pitch when he was about 9, 10 years old, keeping that same grip, same form. So he has plenty to go to with his secondary pitches here today, looking to keep opposing batters off balance.
The curve has definitely been a prominent secondary pitch for Pierce, hoping to back up what Adrian Cook started.
And it's always important to throw what you're confident in as you're on the mound. And that's something, Jason, that you and I learned as we came to USPBL, because you have your plan of attack against your opposing lineup, but at the same time, you have to be confident in what you like to throw and what your personal strengths are. That'll send up a Ron Williams Jr. to the plate, who has had a busy day manning the hot corner for the Beavers.
One of the lefties in the Beavers lineup today. Pierce's first pitch. Williams shows bunt, then pulls back. Pierce has been confident against both lefties and righties so far this year. Lefties batting just 133 off of Pierce entering today. Ron Williams Jr. batting just 091 off lefties. This obviously a righty in Pierce, but has the breaking balls in his arsenal. And I guess the more pertinent note on Williams is that he's been struggling to see the breaking pitches so far this year. And you mentioned the arsenal of Hayden Pierce. He won't overpower you, admittedly. He's trying to get the velocity up, but typically the fastball hovers around 87, 88. However, utilizes his secondary pitches very well. Slider, change, curve. Here's the 2-1. Slowly rolled to De La Cruz, who couldn't quite get there in time. And Ron Williams Jr. will arrive at first.
You know, that velocity is something that we did speak about with Pierce heading into today's game, looking at his four-seamer that typically sits at around 87 miles per hour, but it was in college when he was trying to uptick that velocity. He really forgot about his changeup, so that's something that he's looking to find and to use more consistently here in the USPBL.
Said that he used it quite a bit in high school, but as you mentioned, there was more of an emphasis on maybe trying to crank up the velocity during the college years. However, has gotten back to that change as a pro, and it's paying dividends for him throughout the course of this season so far. Another throwback to first. He's dealing with Collier Rutledge, who's batting 204 entering today. Jen, something we talked about with Pierce earlier today during his college years at the University of Pacific out in California, where he's from, the nickname for him was the Bulldog. As the 1-0 is lined to right center field, that will get down. Ron Williams Jr. is hoping to reach third. He will do so easily. And now there are runners in the corners here in the bottom of the fifth, as the Beavers might not be done just yet.
Nice poke by Rutledge there. You could see getting a hold of the pitch that he wanted off of Hayden Pierce, sending Ron Williams Jr. to third. You know, and Rutledge is someone who's always displayed that power, just a matter of making sure that he's squaring up on the ball correctly and getting it in play.
Hits in 3 of his last 4 games, make it now 4 out of his last 5. Efi Mercedes in the 8th spot with Shoemaker behind him as the Beavers try to get maybe a late game rally going here. Again, we're only playing 6 innings today. That is the schedule for the USPBL on Saturday doubleheaders, 2 6-inning games. Mercedes has shown some power in his bat as well this season. has one home run that came to left field.
Three walks to 24 strikeouts for Mercedes.
Does at times, when you speak to people around the USPBL, maybe have a tendency to be a bit of a free swinger. You kind of see the flailing motion. So being more selective at the pitches that he's swinging at is one of the keys moving forward. Even counts at 1-1 with runners on the corners. The pitch is a strike called right over the heart of the plate for Hayden Pierce.
Pierce is definitely working low in the zone today. And that's tough, Jason, because we talked about his arsenal before. 4-seam, 2-seam, curve, slider, changeup. There's a lot that he can throw at you, and he's planning on using all of it.
One, two, past De La Cruz. This will bring home the first Beaver run of the afternoon. A 3-run game now in the bottom of the 5th with nobody out. And runners at first and second off the reliever Hayden Pierce. This coming after back-to-back 1-2-3 innings worked by Adrian Cook.
Facing a pitcher now whose velocity really only averages around 87 miles per hour for his fastball compared to Cook's, who can top out at 96. Has to be a bit of a relief for some of these batters if they struggle with that velocity.
The catcher, Austin Shoemaker, watches a first pitch strike on an outside corner. Certainly have ourselves a ball game now. Just 3 runs separating these two sides. Beavers have swung the bats well in the month of July. Birmingham Bloomfield is 6-3 this month after going 2-9 in June. Coming off a 4-3 win over Westside on Thursday. Beavers at 9-13 overall really have had, again, a resurgent month here as we enter the last day of July. Shoemaker awaiting a 1-1 pitch with runners at first and second. Here it is. Now 1-2. Look at the flag in right center field. Balls have really carried out to right center field on windy days so far this year. And it was pretty windy when we were doing the pregame show earlier. Can still feel the breeze here at Jimmy John's Field. 1-2. Shoemaker takes that pitch down. The last time in the lineup for Austin Shoemaker was July 25th against Utica. He scored 2 runs, walked, and recorded a double, which was his first extra base hit in a little over a month. He'd love to back that up here, as it's now a full count at 3-2. Pierce trying to work out of trouble. Payoff pitch. It's fouled off.
If Shoemaker's able just to put the ball in play, that could pay dividends. Runners on first and second. Full count. Shoemaker does have the habit of chasing pitches up in the zone and either flying out or getting on top of the ball, so just looking to make solid contact here against Pierce with the 3-2 count.
That time Pierce went a tad up in the zone, was able to get a ball fouled off, so Shoemaker continues to battle here.
We've talked about it before. The more that you're able to foul off pitches in an at-bat, the more advantageous it can be for you to wear out the pitcher. And so far, Hayden Pierce has thrown probably more than he would have liked to. 17 so far. No outs.
Remember, Adrian Cook was at 30 pitches through his first 3 innings of work. Set him up to go 4 today. 3-2. Hit to deep center field, ranging back and making the play is Ben McConnell. Tagging and heading to third will be Collier Rutledge. So runners at first and third now. Still just 1 down, so Beavers move a runner over. Now just 90 feet away from home plate.
That was a solid poke by Shoemaker, and you get the job done when you're able to advance the runner there. Runners on first and third now. But with that, you're just always consistently looking for solid contact, and in that moment, it just happened to go straight to center field.
Turns it over to Connor Bagnetsky. Feels like he's due for a hit today. A rare 0 for 2 start. Steps up in prime position, trying to help his team edge closer against the relief pitcher Hayden Pierce.
If Bagnetsky isn't able to do so today, we only have 6 innings for this first game. He'll be snapping a 5-game hitting streak.
It's in 9 of his last 10 overall. First pitch to him is a ball up and away. Bagnetsky has been one of, if not the hottest hitter in the USPBL throughout the month of July.
Currently hitting .440 against right-handed pitchers with a .600 slugging percentage.
The 1-0 is fouled off, and Jen the other day, when he continued that 5-game hit streak, told me that it was Qdoba for the pregame meal. He is strictly either Qdoba or Chipotle. It's not really one or the other. It's just whatever is kind of giving him the good juju. And right now, it's Qdoba. He told me he was not mixing it up today. It's Qdoba again. But again, as Jen mentioned, 0 for 2 today and on potentially the brink of snapping a 5-game hit streak. What's
That's
your
his problem.
preference?
Chipotle is so much better than Qdoba. I've literally, getting cheers from Matt here, the analytics department, we've literally had this conversation on the broadcast before. Qdoba, their rice is not as soft as Chipotle's. Their cheese is not soft as Chipotle's, and I think that the meat is seasoned better at Chipotle.
That's a big
A
difference
lot
there.
going for him.
We'll have to continue this discussion. The 1-2. Slowly to short. He could be 0 for 3. He is, and the Hoppers are looking for 2. They found it. So Bagnetsky grounds into an inning-ending double play, and the Beavers strand a crucial runner at third. Chipotle Qdoba, the debate of the day. We'll step aside on the USPBL network.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network. Well, that was a big inning that we just saw. Beavers strand runners on first and third. They get one to cross the plate. But it's Hayden Pierce who finds the double play ball that he needs. And now out on the mound for the Beavers.
We have Edgar Cuevas out on the mound, seeing 19 2/3 inning of work so far. ERA of 3.65. My apologies. I saw the number 25 on that jersey.
We have Shea pitching for the Beavers, one of the newcomers. Austin Shea, as we just begin to get to know everyone kind of on the fly here.
What we can anticipate to see from Shea's arsenal is the use of his four-seam fastball, his changeup, and a bit of a slurve coming in. Slider, curve, who knows?
3 runs separating the Hoppers and the Beavers. And Shea hoping to, at the end of the day here, give his offense one last crack at it. Beaver bats began to heat up a bit in the previous inning, but that's the main task here for Shea. Don't allow anything to cross the board. He will face a tough part of this order, though, in De Los Santos, Castellano, and Greg Vaughn Jr.
De Los Santos 1 for 3 today with a single, RBI single. Always interesting to see those matchups between a new pitcher in the USPBL, given that these teams face the same pitchers constantly.
First contact off Shea leads to out number 1, a ground ball out.
We've said it already, Ron Williams Jr. is busy over on the hot corner for the Beavers. Has seen plenty of action so far today. A couple of flyouts, a couple of ground outs headed his way. Excuse me, pop-ups.
Ron Williams Jr. told us a couple of weeks ago that the experience having played other sports, in particular quarterback in football, has kind of helped him mentally in baseball, because baseball is such a slower game, relatively speaking. So specifically on defense, you need to stay alert. Jen, you've taught me about the pre-pitch movement, or the pre-pitch anticipation that goes into either playing the infield or outfield. And for Williams Jr., he said that playing quarterback in football translated over to keeping his composure at third base in baseball.
A pre-pitch approach is definitely key, and some of the top players that come to mind when we think about how stellar that is Adrian Guzman and Donovan Curiel here in the USPBL.
A couple of the better shortstops in the USPBL. This is off the end of the bat. Castellano there and slings to first. Laying out was Travis McFarland to get the second out.
McFarland debating there if he wanted to go try and make that play. Get the ball on the ground, but we can see he gets back to first in time.
And McFarland would love to have another go at it offensively in the bottom of the 6th. He's one of the power bats in the heart of the Beavers lineup. It trims this Hopper lead to 3 runs in the 5th, but couldn't cash in on a runner 90 feet away with less than 2 outs. Greg Vaughn Jr. hit his second home run of the season a couple of days ago.
Greg Vaughn Jr. is currently 1 for 2 with a single and a walk today against the Beavers.
Some late break on that pitch from Shea. And 78, nasty movement. Looked like it was heading towards Vaughn Jr. initially. And kind of cut over the heart of the plate. So Shea in control here now at 0-2. Able to induce some weak contact. Vaughn Jr. has speed, and he's safe. A slow developing play, and it leads to Vaughn Jr. reaching.
Just making contact with the barrel of his bat. You can see there Ron Williams Jr. had to wait for the ball to drop after that high bounce it took over on the infield grass. Just couldn't get there to first in time.
So an infield single for Vaughn Jr. brings up Felix Abaret in the 5 spot.
Last time we saw Abaret at the plate, he had a hard line out to the shortstop. His walk today, strikeout in the first.
Brett played at South Alabama State. More weak contact just to pop up. Easy work that time for Nefi Mercedes. And Shea gets the job done. He'll at least give his offense a chance without giving up anything in the top of the 6th. We'll head to the last half of the 6th inning when we come back on the USPBL Network.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Back at Jimmy John's Field on a beautiful Saturday evening. One of our proud sponsors, Bell's Inspired Brewing. For the past 35 years, Bell's Brewery has been inspired to brew beers that you can count on. Just not for taste, but quality. From Two-Hearted Ale to Oberon to new classics, official hazy IPA, or the easy drinking golden ale. No, yeah, Bell's has brewed inspired beers since 1985. Bell's Brewery, Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly.
Jason, with that voice, they need to come hire you to do their commercials.
Stop. If you want to. I know.
Well, Bells, if you're listening, Jason's interested.
Well, we dip into the last half of the 6th. It could be our final half inning of the game. Only playing 6 innings today. First of 2 matchups on the USPBL network between the Hoppers and Beavers.
Keyshawn Lynch, 0 for 2 on the day. Looking for his first hit of the game.
Swings at an 0-1 pitch. Picked out by Castellano. There is out number 1.
Nice scoop over at second.
The beer batter of the game, the left fielder, number 19, Roy Verdejo.
Our good friend Jake Heelman getting some work in down there, getting the bats.
Jake Heelman, a wonderful member of the analytics staff here at the USPBL. We have Matt Schneider along with us in the booth, too. Where Verdejo aggressively comes out swinging at the first pitch a tad late. Hayden Pierce faced 4 batters in the 5th before inducing a ground ball double play. The 0-1 is cranked down the right field line as Jenna just... I don't know how to describe our booth sometimes. You are crying right now.
I don't know. I think it's just because we're pretty loud in our headset, and I heard myself take a deep breath, and then you looked over at me like as if I was about to say something.
That's what I
and
thought
it
you were
just
going
like
to
I
do.
know, I was, but
Oh, Verdejo will find the first hit of the 6th to potentially get the party started. That's what they needed, just trying to get the ball rolling.
No, literally getting the party started, given that he's the player of the game. When he gets a hit, drink deals are going on now in the craft beer gardens.
He was the Bell's Beer batter of the game.
There we go. Bells needs to hire you, Jay.
Something like that. So 1 down here in the 6th. But Verdejo at first. The cleanup hitter, Christian LeBoy, who doesn't have a hit today but was hit by a pitch earlier. Another Beaver batter swings at the first pitch from Pierce.
We've talked about it already. LeBoy only recording 1 hit in the last 4 games played. Has the ability to send it to all fields with power.
Travis McFarland is on deck. He leads this Beaver team in home runs so far this year. That is off the fist of the bat, and a double play to wrap things up. So somewhat of an anticlimactic ending, but the ending that Hayden Pierce is looking for. Back-to-back double plays in his 2 innings of work to wrap things up, and a 4-1 victory for the Hoppers, who have now won 2 consecutive games after a 4-game losing streak. Just the first of 2 today here at Jimmy John's Field. We'll be back with you for the second. Again, a 4-1 victory for the Hoppers as they got the bats rolling early and never surrendered a lead. Adrian Cook certainly, well, I think you could say here in the player of the game honors going forward today. Scoreless innings of work with his family in the stands. Pleasure to have you with us on the USPBL Network. Just the first of 2 today, though. We will step aside.
Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline warming up the benches. Need a lesson? I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. 8, 5 ball, catch a frog, walk it out. 8. Every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
When people keep repeating that you'll never fall in love, when everybody keeps retreating but you can't seem to get enough, Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a fifth third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. But I'll guess it is.
This is banking, a fifth third better.
Hello. Lovely home, by the way, but it looks like you could use some new flooring.
Now at the Carpet Guys, you get 4 years interest-free financing. Plus, we're taking extra precautions to ensure the safety of our customers.
Be wise and call the Carpet Guys.
Remember that diving catch I had out in center? The one running in over shortstop, kinda? Yeah, but still not as cool as my home run.
Beat that. Got a pair of Randy Dubnacks.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go
HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
The softball ones? I don't know.
Yeah.
United Shore Professional Baseball League, the Westside Woolly Mammoths against the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Tyler Blom takes a ball off of his... Hit him in the face. But the top play is his buddy Travis, who plays first. Travis McFarland's like, man, I got you. That ball hit him. Yes, yes.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
The Carpet Guys give you warehouse direct pricing that will knock your socks off.
Now at the Carpet Guys, you get 4 years interest-free financing.
Let the Carpet Guys bring the store to your door with prices that will knock your socks off. Be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
When people keep repeating that you'll never fall in love, when everybody keeps retreating, but you can't seem to get enough, let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart, to your heart.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network. Getting you set for Game 2 on Faith Night. A.J. Coleman and Nick Kreitzer both speaking to the crowd. Wonderful speeches from both players. Awesome to hear their insight on their lives and how faith has played a role in their maturation as baseball players and young men. Well, for game number 2, I'll read through the lineups for you. Slightly different. On the Hopper side of things, again, it'll be Ben McConnell leading off. Colton Corner will do the catching this time. He was recently traded from the Woolly Mammoths to the Hoppers. Pedro Castellano will bat third and play second base. Greg Vaughn Jr. will play in left field and do the cleanup hitting. Felix Abaret will bat fifth, and DH Nick Kreitzer, who I just talked about, will bat sixth and play at first base. Kreitzer now with back-to-back multi-hit games. Will Cruceno will play in right field and bat seventh. Christian De Los Santos will bat eighth, and rounding out the order will be Adam De La Cruz batting ninth. As my analyst Jenna Rose is chowing down next to me, we're about to get a bite to eat and energize for game number 2. Connor Bagnetsky will play at second base and do the leadoff hitting once again for the Beavers. Roy Verdejo will bat second and play in left field. Batting third will be Christian LeBoy, and he will play in right field. Travis McFarland will do the cleanup hitting and play first base. Ron Williams Jr. will play the hot corner and bat fifth. Keyshawn Lynch will play shortstop and bat sixth, while Collier Rutledge has the DH role in game 2, batting seventh. Elijah Celaya slots over to center field. He will bat eighth, and Tyler Blom has the catching duties in game 2, rounding out the lineup and batting ninth. Again, we'll have it coming up on the USPBL network in just about 15 minutes.
Long ball, Porter. Come on, TK, give me some heat. You call that pitching?
This is my heater. I dare you to hit it.
Man, you idiot! Now we can't play no more. High and outside, just like I liked it. Don't worry, guys, I'll get it. Oh! Dude, you can't go back there. That's where the beast lives.
If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this together.
Trouble, you best beware. And though deep down, I know I might be headed for teardrops. Now that you got me started, I just can't stop. No, no.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Let my love open the door. My love, open the door. My love, open the door to your heart.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the carpet guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the carpet guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the carpet guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth, and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. Our founders were forged from tough times. People that believed that maybe, just maybe, if people helped people, we could all rise up together. For 80 years, that's what we've done. While we can't tell you what's going to happen, we can tell you we are going to make it through this together. And when the dust settles, we'll still be here. Just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Welcome back into the USPBL Network. Game 2 of the day just minutes away here at Jimmy John's Field. After a 4-1 Hoppers win to begin the day, again, we'll play just 6 innings, and we'd like to start things off by thanking our proud sponsors, AAA, Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE, Fifth Third Bank, Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwiches, Macomb Community College, Discover, Connect, Advance, McLaren Macomb, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Chevy drives the Motor City, and Pepsi. Scott's, let's get to the yard, Valpak, UWM United Wholesale Mortgage, the #1 wholesale lender in the nation. Players begin to flood out onto the field. Lineups being announced in the ballpark. We will see you back here in a jiffy on the USPBL Network.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Welcome back to the USPBL Network. Hoppers are the away team for Game 2, so the Beavers will begin this one defensively. Charles Donovan on the mound for Game 2, the lefty.
The 6'3" left-hander gets the nod today for the Beavers, coming in with an ERA just south of 4, 20 1/3 innings of work so far this season, striking out 25 and walking 12. Examining Donovan's arsenal, we're going to see the usage of his four-seamer, curve, changeup, and cutter, and so far this season, we've seen an uptick. He's getting better and better with each inning, and specifically his fastball is getting some more life to it. But looking at his last outing against the Mammoths, you can see they're only allowed 3 hits, 1 run. Looking to see what he can do today for the Beavers in Game 2, this doubleheader.
Donovan was born in North Carolina, moved to Colorado and then Michigan. Played his college ball at Indiana Tech in the NAIA, one of the popular spots that the USPBL likes to dip into for players. Ben McConnell will have the leadoff duties once again in Game 2.
We talked about it before, filling the void well in the absence of Juan Lopez Rios. Even though he's been out for a hot minute, still in the leaderboard. When we look at where he's in the league, that batting average, 386, still ranks number 2 in his absence.
First pitch of game 2. Fastball pours in for a strike call. 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, when you speak to people about Ben McConnell around the league, some of the things you'll hear is that I love the bat, quick hands. This might be a ground out to begin things. It will. So Ben McConnell quickly goes down. Now Colton Horner, who was recently traded from the Woolly Mammoths to the Hoppers, still playing catcher, and he will bat second in game 2 for this Eastside team that is now on a 2-game winning streak. After their game 1 victory, that was a 4-1 win over the Beavers earlier today. Got the bats rolling early.
Horner coming in with a batting average of .306.
Hoppers took advantage of some control issues from Jake Kinney in game 1. 5 walks through the first 2 1/3 innings pitched, as Donovan finds a strike called there, now 1-1, which isn't something we were expecting to see in game 1, considering his previous start. Speaking of Kinney, this is flared off to the right and foul. Donovan hoping to make game 2 a different story for this Beavers team that is now 9-14 on the season. Final game in the month of August. Beg your pardon, month of July here in the USPBL before we step into August.
Donovan trying to work Horner up in the zone there, but, you know, I'm always interested to see that pitcher-on-catcher matchup, Jason, when they step into the batter's box, just that ability to win, that experience behind the dish to come into play.
Count now 2-2. We've spoken to catchers about that, and just the ability to anticipate from a pitch sequencing standpoint what might come next in certain situations. Maybe you have a deeper understanding of that as a catcher. Colton Horner awaiting the 2-2. It's high, count now full on the Hoppers' new catcher.
And that was something we talked about with Kinney as well, having that experience as a catcher pitching in the last game. Horner staying live.
Donovan entering today 1-2 on the season. Beavers hoping to complete this strikeout. It could be close. They do get out number 2.
Quick reaction from Blom there to get the out over at first. You know, Jason, I can't stop thinking about that play that we saw earlier, not too long ago, made ESPN's top 8.
Right off the face of Blom into the hands of McFarland. Surprised everyone. I was watching, you were calling it. He popped up okay, smile on his face, but a mark on his forehead. So now Pedro Castellano, we mentioned son of former Major Leaguer Pedro Castellano Sr., swings at the 1-0 pitch, cranks it to left center field. Roaming over is Elijah Celaya, trying to make a diving play. The out is made. A sparkling start in center field for Celaya. That'll retire the side in order to begin things.
about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
A look at Stephen Chambly. Wearing the Hoppers uniform. Charles Donovan worked a 1-2-3 inning to begin things, and Jen now diving into another newcomer here.
Well, when we're looking at Chambly, last outing we saw was on the 21st of this month against the Unicorns. 2 innings of work under his belt. 4 hits, 1 run, that being earned, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. 2 doubles came from that game as well, though, an ERA of 4.5. And when we dive into the arsenal of Chambly, he has a couple of pitches to work with. We're typically going to see his four-seam thrown just under 50% of the time. Also his curve, slider, and changeup. And for that four-seamer, typically sitting around 89 miles per hour. Doesn't really range too much there. Typically sits 89, 90. But again, we're working with a smaller sample size for Chambly, given that we've really only seen him in 1 game so far this season. I don't know why I said really. We literally have only seen him in 1 game.
We're learning about him on
so
the fly
far
here.
this season.
Yeah, we are, and the development staff is still piecing together information on Chambly.
But when we look back to those 4 strikeouts that he had during the last appearance, 2 of those came away. His four-seam as the put away, and the other 2 with his slider. So maybe we'll see some of that.
We do know about the batter he's facing right now, Connor Bagnetsky, Wisconsin native. From the time he could barely walk, has had a baseball bat in his hands, according to his parents. Rare 0 for 3 in Game 1. That snapped a 5-game hitting streak.
Yeah, we saw a strikeout and 2 groundouts, 1 grounding out into a double play to end the 3 at-bats. 0-2 now.
Chambly hoping for his first strikeout of the day and finds it.
Bagnetsky repeating history, striking out first appearance of the game. But as we've seen before, I mean, he's ranking at the top of the league in some stats and is normally very disciplined at the plate, is able to put the ball in play, so it seems only a matter of time for Bagnetsky to try and find that groove throughout the rest of this game.
Roy Verdejo moves up just a spot from number 3 in the lineup to number 2 in the lineup for game number 2.
Previously, it was Keyshawn Lynch batting second for the Beavers.
Verdejo still in left field in game 2.
Tried to hold off on that pitch there, but did get his barrel through the zone. Called strike 2.
First year in the USPBL, singled in the bottom of the 6th. Again, we only play 6 innings in these 2-game doubleheaders. Tried to get a rally going for his Beavers team, but a ground ball double play was induced. That was a ground ball that should have been easy for De La Cruz, but more difficult than it looked. Just snuck underneath his glove, and Verdejo settles in at first with a base hit.
Verdejo definitely had some pop in his bat with that hack to send the ball through the middle infield. I don't blame him. That was pretty tough coming in hot. But Verdejo has displayed it time and time again, his power.
Christian LeBoy now in the batter's box. Right fielder. Takes the first pitch. LeBoy out of the University of Arts and Sciences of Oklahoma. Now 1-1 the count. NAIA All-American this past season.
We do have a lot of star-studded NAIA players making their way into the USPBL. Noah Childress comes to mind.
Yep. And that is a liner right at Kreitzer. who has found his groove offensively and now a smile on his face defensively to end the first inning for Stephen Chambly. Both pitchers go 1, 2, 3 to kick things off.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
Charles Donovan retired Ben McConnell, Colton Horner, and Pedro Castellano in order for his first inning of work. Greg Vaughn Jr. is the cleanup batter that will face to begin the second. Vaughn Jr. had a couple of singles and a walk in game number 1. Reached safely in his final 3 appearances at the plate, hoping to carry that over into game 2. Donovan just 12 pitches in. Already this a very different beginning for the Beavers in comparison to game 1. Vaughn Jr. sprays this to left field. Roy Verdejo watching it soar! Vaughn Jr.'s 3rd home run of the season. 2nd in the last 3 games, and the Hoppers strike first.
Man, just looking at Greg Vaughn Jr., you know he has the ability to send it over the wall. Displayed that in the home run derby, but we can see there got a good piece of Donovan's pitch there. And nice effort by Roy Verdejo out and left, scaling the wall to try and make that catch. But Greg Vaughn Jr. said, see ya, sent it way too far over.
Vaughn Jr. is feeling confident. Mentioned he had a couple of base hits in game 1. Swinging at the first pitch is Felix Abaret in the 5 spot of the Hoppers order. That will be out number 1.
You know, Felix Abaret is another one of those players that just demonstrates their strength when they step up to bat. A little bit underneath the ball there for a easy fly out. However, and at bats to come, we could be seeing something similar to, I believe it was Wednesday night, Jason, when it was both Greg Vaughn Jr. and Abaret notching home runs.
That has been a fun 4-5 punch in the Hoppers lineup. Nick Kreitzer trying to join the party in the 6th spot. At least over the past few games, you add Kreitzer into that mix, and it's been a dangerous 4-5-6 in the Hoppers order. Kreitzer now with back-to-back multi-hit games. The 0-1-2 Kreitzer, he swings at it to right center field. That drops for a base hit, and Kreitzer continues his streak to now 3 consecutive games with at least a single.
Kreitzer's been putting the work in behind the scenes, and right here you're seeing it pay off. As you said, Jason, back-to-back multi-hit games for Kreitzer. Seeing him on first. There, nice hit up the middle. Sly a bit jumbled up. It's always a tough call when you're not sure when you need to dive for the ball versus when you let it drop in. But especially in that situation, it'd be hard to get back up.
8 different Hoppers recorded a hit a couple of days ago in their 8-2 win over Utica. That snapped a 4-game losing streak and now finding an offensive groove. Pitches high to Will Krushina, count now 2-0, so a hitter's count to Krushina, who is another one with some nice power in his bat, and they place him in the 7th spot to try to give the bottom third a little oomph. Cranks that down the left field line. Definitely fair. Verdejo chasing after it. Kreitzer wants third. The throw will not be in time. There isn't a play at either bag. On to second with a double is Krushina, as we see the power on display once again.
And we have 2 runners on right now who know how to absolutely crush it in the box. Krushina being one of them, displaying that home run not too long ago during the tornado day, Jason, that you missed. I was sending you texts from when we all had to take cover in the men's bathroom.
Yeah, that didn't look fun.
Yeah, no, it was not fun. But we can see there Kreitzer snagging third, head first dive. Verdejo using his legs out there, catching it on the second hop. A nice poke by Krushina.
Vaughn Jr. with a home run, Kreitzer with a single, and Krushina with a double. Runners in scoring position with 1 out. Christian De Los Santos in the 8th spot for game 2. Tad late on the 20th pitch of the day out of the arm of Donovan.
My scorebook now at risk.
How you doing?
Well, you know, I just got so excited with Kreitzer and Krushina putting the ball in play. Kept my eyes up.
It's difficult to take your eyes off this lineup right now. That's the excuse.
See, I like the way you think, Jason.
It's
This is
all
how I
about
make a good team. I make you feel better about yourself, and you come in with those clutch.
The rationalizations. That's key
there we
part
go.
of life, Jen.
It is.
Donovan, the lefty, a 1-2. Up and away, count now 2-2. You also brought nachos to the booth between games, which is just of vast importance in the midst of a doubleheader. 2-2 pitch, laced into right field. That'll bring home Kreitzer. Krushina will follow. And the Hoppers promptly take a 3-0 lead.
Man, coming to the part of the order in the Hoppers, they're able to do some damage, and we saw it already up 3-0 here at the top of the second. The Hoppers getting things going. De Los Santos happy over at first base. Looking back to game 1, you know, didn't really see what he wanted to. Fly out, ground out, strike out. Was able to get on, but ready to turn things around for game 2 and does so. And ruins my book. Let's see, I'll color in 3 diamonds. And okay, we're good.
Just getting things checked out, Jen. Just settling in. Donovan's first meeting with Ed Campanella, who is maybe feeling a little deja vu to game 1. Jake Kinney got off to a rough start. There were some meetings early after he had some control problems, 5 walks throughout the course of those first 2 innings. Hoppers found themselves up 3-0 in the 3rd of game 1. Now they're up 3-0 at the top of the 2nd in game 2. De La Cruz hoping to turn the order over back to Ben McConnell. This is after a 1-2-3 first. Hard hit on the ground. Should be 2. 6-4-3. So that's the ground ball that Donovan needed to wiggle his way out of further trouble. Nonetheless, it's still a 3-0 lead for Paul Nochi's crew. The Diamond Hoppers in front.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
So Stephen Chambly, after working a 1-2-3 first inning, hoping to back that up in the second. Charles Donovan wasn't able to do that. Surrendered 3 runs in the top half, which now gives Chambly a bit more comfort. Just 8 pitches in. Strikeout. And then the grounds, well, I should say, allowed the single to Verdejo, but the double play ended the inning.
Coming up against the heart of the order here for the Beavers in Travis McFarland, Ron Williams Jr., and Keyshawn Lynch.
McFarland kind of stepped out of the way of that pitch. Was on track to hit him. So it did hit his bat. So initially, as you saw there, count was 0-1. We switched it up 0-2 now to McFarland. McFarland trying to time up the 87-mile-per-hour pitch. Instead, pops it up. And Kreitzer makes it over into the webbing of the glove.
Well, Kreitzer gets him out twice.
Already some impressive plays at first for Nick Kreitzer.
There we go. Had some good stretches in game 1 of this doubleheader as well, finding his way offensively and defensively.
And is Kreitzer having a fun day so far? 3 consecutive games with a hit now. Back-to-back multi-hit games. Doing it defensively, too. Ron Williams Jr. steps into the batter's box now for the Beavers.
See, McFarland was just a tad underneath it to send it Kreitzer's way in foul territory.
Bottom fell out of that pitch, 81 miles per hour. Beautiful changeup from Chambly. Shaked off the first couple of signs, then comes home 0-1. Williams Jr. showed bunt, pulled back.
Williams Jr. was notching at least 1 strikeout through the last 4 games played. However, was able to end that streak heading into game 5, which was game previous. I said that very weird.
Game prior? Game prior?
Yeah, was notching at least 1 strikeout in the last 4 games heading into today's doubleheader.
Ooh.
Was able to not do so in the first game of the doubleheader. This is getting tough. Words.
You were nice and smooth, though, G.
Yeah, not really. It's as smooth as Kreitzer's catch.
We're all just aspiring to be Nick Kreitzer today.
We are.
Ron Williams Jr. has an advantageous situation here. 3-1. There's ball 4, and he will take a free pass to first. First walk issued by Stephen Chambly.
Ron Williams Jr., he can do some damage when he's on the base paths. He has the wheels. Along with Connor Bagneski leading off, however, not able to get on base so far today in 4 at-bats. 2 Ks.
Ron Williams Jr. settles back in at first. In time, it was close. Can we keep it on this shot of Ron Williams here? Can we go to a shot of Ron Williams after this pitch, I guess, at first? Chambly preparing to deliver the 0-1. Lynch in the batter's box, Williams at first. Jenna mentioned his speed on the base paths. Does a lot of lateral lunges in his off time and sprints to work on his lower half. We mentioned in the first broadcast that he played quarterback in high school. Large lead there, 1-1. Strike called, 1-2. Lynch with hits in 4 out of his last 5 entering today, make it 5 out of his last 6. Ron Williams Jr. will round third and head home. Lynch settles in with a double. There is not a play at home. And the Beavers have cut it to a 2-run game, hoping to answer back here in the bottom of the second.
Stand-up double for Lynch. What a poke to send it into right center there, and we already talked about it before. Ron Williams Jr. has the wheels, is able to navigate his way to home, no problem. That'll send up Collier Rutledge to the plate. Beavers answering back, 3-1.
Mentioned the Beavers went down 3-0 in the 3rd inning of Game 1 and then didn't score their first and only run until the 5th. So the comeback effort is starting off in a bit more of a timely fashion this time around.
2-0 count on Rutledge. We're starting to see more consistency at the plate. Had a nice line drive into deep right field during Game 1 of this doubleheader. Just out in front there.
2-1 count now on Rutledge. Collier Rutledge has a very supportive family that are typically at Jimmy John's Field whenever the Beavers are playing. He's a fisherman outside of baseball. The 2-1. I've actually heard quite a few players tell us about the fishing hobbies outside of baseball, perhaps the patience in fishing and baseball that kind of parallel with one another. Rutledge has a hitter's count here at 3-1. There's some extra base power in his bat. Swings at the 3-1. De La Cruz out number 2.
We talked about it during Game 1. Rutledge ground hit, or excuse me, it's a ball into the ground over 50% of the time. Seems to consistently find his way on top of the ball or sends line drives.
Keyshawn Lynch is now 90 feet away from home plate. 2 down, bottom of the second, 2-run game. If you're just tuning in, Hoppers scored 3 runs in the second. Won game number 1 to improve to 9-11 on the season. Eastside still 5.5 games back of Utica, though. 16-8 are the Unicorns at the top of the East Division. As another pitch is fouled off, Utica with their walk-off win last night on fireworks night here at USPBL. The fireworks before the fireworks came in the form of John Pinchman's 2-run blast over the left field fence, marking his first pro home run.
He also said that was his first walk-off homer.
There's the strike that Stephen Chambly needed on the outside corner. Down goes Elijah Salaya, and Chambly limits the damage. However, one does cross the plate, and it's a 2-run game here at Jimmy John's Field.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Don't forget, you can enter for a chance to win $250 and 4 front row tickets to the championship game. All you have to do is text Chevy Detroit to 555-888 or visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for official rules. Charles Donovan surrendered 3 runs, including a home run off the bat of Greg Vaughn Jr. In the second inning, he's hoping to bounce back in the third. His goal today was 4 or 5 innings of work potentially. Again, we are only playing 6 total innings today because we have 2 games in this doubleheader. The rules on Saturdays are 2 6-inning games.
Donovan will be facing the top half of this lineup here for the Hoppers, and Ben McConnell, followed by Colton Horner, then Pedro Castellano.
And still the pitch count, not bad at 27 after he only needed 8 to get through the first inning of work, which was a 1-2-3 frame.
League average here in the USPBL is 17.
He'll look to stay under or around that, facing the top of the Hoppers lineup. Ben McConnell had a ground out back in the first. McConnell, a native of Arizona, spent the first 5 years of his life out in the Valley of the Sun. His dad used to get him out of school nice and early to watch Diamondback games. He'd go to the park when he was a youngster. Arizona won the World Series when Ben was 4 back in 2001. That was a 7-game series with the Yankees. That's where his love of baseball kind of developed. The family moved to Corinth, Texas, around the age of 5.
Have I told you my Diamondback story?
No, you have not, and I want to hear it.
Well, no, so obviously Tigers fan, number 1. But I had a sweet interaction at a Diamondback game when I was younger. So we went there on vacation. My family is obsessed with Arizona for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And we went, and I was maybe 9 or 10, and there were no other kids there before the game. So my cousin Chris and I went down, and we were, chit-chatting with players, trying to get balls. We got 8 before the game. It literally got to the point that we had to go around and hand it to, younger kids around at the field. But, I mean, when you go to a Tigers game, I feel like that never happens.
It's tough. McConnell goes down swinging. Donovan's second strikeout of the game. Gee, you sure your competitive side didn't take over in the outfield? Maybe a little bit when you were shagging balls?
Oh, I mean, we were just, hanging over. We were still in the stands.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I did have a pretty sweet catch. I did have to go over the railing a bit, but, we're not going to brag about
We can brag about it. First pitch to Colton Horner is cranked to left center field. That'll be a base hit for the Hoppers catcher. Alongside a former 464 hitter, by the way, Jenna Rose today. Pleasure to have you with us on the broadcast.
564.
564. My apologies. You know I never mess that up.
Oh,
I was just
well.
testing you. I had to make sure you were alert.
You and your reasoning saves.
320, your freshman year of college. You know I don't mess these things up.
You don't.
First pitch to Castellano. Mentioned earlier, Pedro Castellanos' dad, Pedro Castellanos Sr., played for the Colorado Rockies back in the mid-90s. His son, Pedro Jr., told me yesterday that Dad is my favorite Venezuelan player. The family is from Venezuela. Pedro's family moved from Venezuela to Mexico when he was about 10 years old. There's the first strike to him. Count now 2-1. Castellano has a good eye at the plate. Nice gap-to-gap approach. Really puts a lot of work into his craft away from the field. Goes to the gym every day. 3-1 pitch to him. It was high, and that's a walk. The first free pass of the day issued by Charles Donovan.
Making it the 5th walk of the season for Pedro Castellano that he's drawn. As you said before, Jason, he does have that eye at the plate, typically able to put the ball in play. Didn't see anything there necessarily that he liked.
And Colton Horner advances into scoring position at second base. Donovan's 39th pitch of the day to Greg Vaughn Jr. is a strike called. Vaughn Jr. homered his first time up to bat. That marked home run number 3 and the second in the last 3 days for the native of Sacramento, California. 0-1 pitch. Outside. Blom did well to scoot over and snare that.
I always bring up the home run derby whenever Greg Vaughn Jr. comes up, but it's still just so insane because I remember when they were going over to left field there, they were going pretty deep.
His mom and stepdad were in attendance to watch Vaughn Jr. take home the home run derby crown. That was earlier this month as he fouls back a 1-1 pitch, now 1-2.
Diamond Hoppers trying to cushion that 2-run lead that they have now. Vaughn Jr. is one of the perfect bats to help do so with runners on first and second.
Donovan's 1-2 pitch. Again, Vaughn Jr. showcasing the discipline. Now a 6-game on-base streak as the highest on-base percentage on the team at .468. His numbers are kind of like you'd liken them to a leadoff hitter when you think about it. I mean, he's just constantly on base, not necessarily always by way of a hit. Sometimes it's just the walk because he has such good discipline and an understanding of that strike zone. Two-two pitch. Stays alive.
With the pop that Greg Vaughn Jr. has in his bat, just putting the ball in play could pay dividends.
And that's what he's done more often than not of late. Again, that on-base streak extended to 6. This pitch will skip in the dirt past Blom. Advancing to third base goes Colton Horner. And now the Hoppers have a runner 90 feet away with just one out here in the top of the third. On to second is Pedro Castellano.
Bet Nochi would be pretty happy if Greg Vaughn Jr. could replicate his first at-bat here in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
Paul Nochi, the manager of the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Payoff pitch. Grounded to short. Sliding there is Ron Williams Jr. Now hung up is Castellano. In a pickle here. He will dive and get tagged out. However, a run does score, and now it's a 4-1 game.
The designated hitter, number 12, Felix Averett.
Felix Averett up to bat now for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Averett, another Northern California native. Back-to-back Northern Cali natives and Greg Vaughn Jr. and Felix Averett in the 4 or 5 spots of this Eastside lineup. Averett grew up in a large family. 7 brothers, 1 sister. His brother, Jean-Paul, also played college baseball. Had multiple brothers who played baseball overall, and that was obviously a key part of the motivation for getting into the game. And Averett just played several different sports growing up. With the Olympics going on, I feel like it's worthy of noting that he played water polo in high school. Just told me that was another one of the sports he wanted to try. Oh, 2 pitch. Tad high, 1-2.
For the Hoppers, this is a crucial 4-5 punch that they have here in Greg Vaughn Jr. and Felix Averett. Already able to knock in 1 run during the inning.
1-2. Snared by Tyler Blum, and in that 6th spot, if they can get there, don't forget Nick Kreitzer as well. Now back-to-back multi-hit games, really finding his groove, both offensively and defensively. After struggling for practically the entire month of July to find any sort of consistency at least. Averett just caught a piece of that pitch. Hoppers enter today having drawn the least amount of walks in the USPBL. However, drew 5 through the first 2 innings off Jake Kinney in Game 1. That set the stage for what was a 4-1 win. Now they lead 4-1 in Game 2.
Donovan here working high in the zone against Averett. Trying to get strike 3.
Full count. Donovan will step off, and that 4-1 loss to the Beavers in Game 1 snapped a streak of 5 consecutive games with at least 4 runs scored. The payoff is a tad bit inside, and the second walk of the day, second walk of the inning as well, issued by Charles Donovan.
And that'll bring up man of the day, Nick Kreitzer.
Gotta love what he's doing right now. Didn't have an RBI this month up until a couple of days ago. Mind you, this is July 31st, final day of the month. Now all of a sudden, he has back-to-back games with a couple of RBI. Swings at the first pitch and bounces it foul.
Getting a piece of it there, but you can just see that Kreitzer is exuding with confidence at this point. Doing well in today's game.
Jen, you had quite a few hit streaks back in your day, as we noted, former .564 hitter. Saw Kreitzer swing at the first pitch there, maybe a sign of just the confidence overall. 0-1, swung on and missed, now 0-2.
Well, as you mentioned before, Jason, in previous conversations with Kreitzer, he's someone who said that his swing is calm yet violent. And here he is now, the new confidence, being aggressive in the box. Blom still able to keep that out in front.
Donovan working out of the stretch again. 1-2 pitch goes to the breaking ball. That was his curve, now 2-2.
Most of Donovan's strikeouts this season have come up way of utilizing his four-seamer. This is put away pitch, accounting for 12.
Speaking of put away pitches, Donovan finds it and able to retire the side. 4-1 Hoppers after one run does cross the plate. Colton Horner scores to make it once again a 3-run game. That was the fifth third bank, third out of the game. Here's the Kid Race the mascot.
Uh-oh, Buzz didn't get a head start this time, huh?
No, he did not.
Well, I think that's the fastest I've seen a mascot run here in the USPBL.
He
He's
is
going
moving a
for it. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, and look at that. A big hug for Mom after touching home plate. How sweet.
Absolutely love it.
Aw, and a hug from little sister. Fortunately, couldn't get that on camera, but I'll tell you, it was super cute.
Stephen Chambly going back to work here in the third inning. 1-2-3 frame in the first. Faced 4 batters in the second. 27 pitches in.
Talked about it before, Chambly feeling the most confident in his four-seamer, throwing that just under 50% of the time. Up next is the curveball, using it just over 27%. Then the slider and changeup as Jason bites into a nacho.
Well, we'll give people some insight.
I'm sorry, that I couldn't not call you out on it for how loud it was.
Right? Because I couldn't get to the talk back in time. That was my issue. I need to speed up my time, G, as usual. You're always pushing me to get a little faster with things.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I needed to get called out on that.
I'll call you out.
I know.
No worries.
1-1 to Tyler Blom. One and two. Chambly has worked ahead more often than not. Shook off the initial sign. Here's the pitch. Little squibber. That'll die foul, and Tyler Blom will step out momentarily.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard the word squibber. but I knew what it meant, like when you said it.
Initially, I was going for squibble. Turned into squibber.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be calling you out. That was an accident.
You can
I
call
thought
me
it
out.
was No, I thought it was a new word. New vocab word. Squibber.
I was thinking of one for that.
I was going to ask you
trying
if
to
you
get
could make up
creative.
one.
Yeah.
I feel like I would make up a word and then it would accidentally mean something bad.
Let's not walk that line. Here's another one, too. Blum leaning, able to hold back to keep this AB alive. Now 2-2.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone hold off on a pitch like that before.
It was
falling towards the plate,
almost
but
as if he was about to fall over. There's strike 3 on Blum.
Chambly working him inside there for strike 3. That'll send up Connor Bagneski, still in search of his first hit of the day.
And that was strikeout number 3 of Stephen Chambly's outing. Date back to game number 1. Bagnetsky now 0 for 4 on the day total. I asked him about how he is trying to continue the success that he's had over the past couple of weeks here. The sky-high 600 on base percentage, which leads the USPBL entering today. There's a first pitch strike. That was per day. A couple of extra base hits. He said that just kind of taking it day by day, it was a rather simple answer, but taking advantage of each and every day, whether that's putting the work in here or in the gym on your own. That's the name of the game, in his words, for what should be everyone's name of the game when it comes to all these guys who want to make it to the next level at the end of the day. Chambly's 2-1.
You know, and something else that I've enjoyed in conversations with players here, specifically in the USPBL, Jason, has been, a lot of them have said in the game of baseball, you can't let the highs get too high or the lows be too low. And in this situation, Bagneski doing very well, 0 for 4 on the day so far, but just that instance.
Jenna, you asked Connor Bagnetsky about his goals in the weight room. He said that flexibility is a big thing for him. Told us that he wants to get as loose as possible in addition to working those legs and core. Actually does a lot of yoga with his personal trainer down in Florida. Payoff pitch walks Bagnetsky, and he does find a way on base for the first time today.
Good eye up there by Bagneski. It seems as though when Chambly was working him inside, he was just a little too in on the bat.
So Bagnetsky has now reached in 10 out of his last 12 games. Brings up Roy Verdejo. He's really stepped it up in the month of July, hit his 4th homer of the season a couple of days ago. Hits in each of the 2 games today, playing a 6-inning doubleheader at Jimmy John's Field. Verdejo said he is trying to be more selective this month and is paying dividends with the pitches that he's swinging at versus letting go and taking. Here's a 1-0, takes that one.
Verdejo looking to bounce back from game 1, striking out twice. Two-0 count.
Jen, what's your bang flavor again today?
Oh, today it's Delish Strawberry Kiss.
It's the last time I talked to Roy as he cranks that fair inside the bag and up the line. Rounding second and heading the third will be Bagnetsky, and Verdejo has himself a 1-out stand-up double I'm not quite sure which energy drink he went with today, but it was a form of strawberry last time. I believe it was just a straightforward strawberry bang, because he goes with the energy drink before every single game.
All right, and that was a nice hit. Now standing on second base. Seems as though Bagneski got a little cut off by De Los Santos coming back to man the hot corner.
LeBoy belts the pitch to left field. Tracking back and making the grab is Greg Vaughn Jr. Tagging and heading home is Bagnetsky. And the Beavers now have scored in back-to-back innings. We are back to a 2-run game via the sac fly.
Talked about it before. Bagneski has the wheels. Wasn't an issue. LeBoy sent it into deep left field there. Up high. Now Travis McFarland, who's 0 for 1 during game 2, steps to the box.
Verdejo still at second after the double. McFarland popped out his first time up. Corona, California native down in Southern California. McFarland grew up an Angels fan. Loves what Shohei Ohtani is doing right now. 13 homers, 10 doubles, 48 RBI his senior year of college at Clark University. Takes an 0-1 pitch. McFarland started his college career at Vanguard University in California, where he wasn't getting a ton of at-bats. A 1-1 pitch. He swings and misses, now 1-2. So an instructor told him one day, do you want to keep not playing or do you want to have experience? And he decided to transfer. Landed in Iowa, a state he had never been to before. That's where Clark University is. Adjusted to his new surroundings. Found the power. And now he's hoping to find it in a spot with a runner in scoring position and his team down 2 runs. 1-2 pitch is laced fair down the line. Rounding third is Verdejo. This will be a stand-up RBI double for Travis McFarland. 1-run game.
Nice work by McFarland in the box there to send it down the third baseline there, left side. De Los Santos doing his best, but just out of reach.
So McFarland follows up Christian LeBoy's sac fly with a line shot into the corner. Second time in this inning that we've seen a Beaver batter deliver down the line on the left side and into the corner to snag 2 bags. Verdejo did it first, and then he was driven in by way of almost an identical hit off the bat of Travis McFarland.
Ron Williams Jr. drawing a walk in his first at-bat of game 2 here today. With 2 outs, looking to do some damage.
That was Hopper's manager Paul Nochi, who came out to chat with his starter today, Stephen Shambly. Ron Williams, one of the lefties in the Beavers lineup, batting 5th. He's been busy at third base today. Hoping to continue this 2-out rally. '50th pitch of the day from Stephen Shambly is a strike called on the outside corner. Ron Williams Jr., the former high school quarterback, able to take another pitch. Count now in his favor at 2-1.
Heading into today's doubleheader, hitting .211 against right-handed pitchers.
Now you flip that around, he's just .091 off lefties, but a bit more of an advantageous situation here. Swings and misses at the 2-1. Bottom fell out of that pitch, 71 miles per hour on the curveball. Two, and there is the swing and miss that Stephen Chambly needed to avoid further damage. However, 2 runs cross the plate in the third. We have ourselves a 1-run game here at Jimmy John's Field.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Edgar Cuevas takes over here in relief of Charles Donovan. Top of the fourth, 1-run game after the Beavers offense finds a spark in the third.
Edgar Cuevas, 19 2/3 inning of work so far this season, an ERA of 3.65. The 6-foot left-hander comes in. Average against right now is 192. Typically examining Cuevas' arsenal, we're going to see that 2-seam fastball down in the zone. Also incorporates a changeup and really only seen a flash of a slider here and there. That 2-seam and changeup almost split 50-50 for what he likes to use when he's on the mound.
And he'll face Will Krushina to begin his relief outing. Krushina has been a part of the power party today for the Hoppers. Might hoping to continue that party. He just lofts this ball into shallow center field. Roy Verdejo is there to make the play.
Krushina came with a strong cut. Cuevas was trying to work him up in the zone, and quickly Krushina adjusted. However, just a little underneath it. Again, hard cut, just couldn't get a good solid piece of it.
Such a slim difference between, on those wooden bats in particular, the sweet spot where you're thinking maybe a homer versus getting slightly underneath it or off the end of the bat.
Most of the time we could see Krushina pole side power for sure.
Yep. Top of the fourth, first pitch strike to Christian De Los Santos with 1 out now.
2 RBI singles so far in game 2. Bottom third of the Hoppers lineup has been good over the past couple of games.
De Los Santos in the 8th spot with De La Cruz to follow, batting 9th. Edgar Cuevas has been one of the more reliable bullpen lefties so far this year. Induces more weak contact in the air. Drifting back is Bagnetsky to make the play.
You can definitely see that weak contact there. Batters just getting underneath of Cuevas's pitches. De La Cruz looking to make some solid contact here for the Hoppers. 2 outs.
De La Cruz has reached, dating back to our first game, in multiple manners today. Hit by pitch, walk. Again, snapped that lengthy drought without a hit the other day. Actually snagged his first hit in the month of July a few days ago. And hoping that and what he's done today from a plate discipline standpoint will leak over into August. This is the last game in the month of July in the USPBL. 2-0 pitch. Fouled back. Nice crowd on hand for game 2. Someone got a souvenir. Faith night here at Jimmy John's Field. Back at it tomorrow, Unicorns and Woolly Mammoth. So 1:05 first pitch. Here's the 2-1 in the dirt. And De La Cruz stays alive here. Now 3-1 as we have a hitter's count in his favor. De La Cruz is a native of Bronx, New York. And he will take a walk to first. Family is from the Dominican Republic. He told me earlier this season, baseball just runs in my blood. And a utility guy, really flexible defensively. High walk rate. That's been kind of his success strategy so far this season when he has been reaching consistently.
That'll send Ben McConnell to the plate. Lead off for the Hoppers.
McConnell hoping to get something rolling with 2 outs here. De La Cruz at first against the relief pitcher in Cuevas. Bounce to first. McFarland just needs to walk to the bag for out number 3. And that'll do it. Still a 1-run game after 3.5 innings played at Jimmy John's Field.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Stephen Chambly out for a 4th inning of work. He's given up some power today, particularly in that 3rd inning of work. A couple of doubles and a walk led to 2 runs being scored by the Beavers to make it a 1-run game. Now 3rd trip through the order. We'll see if he can maintain the slim advantage for the Hoppers.
That'll send Keyshawn Lynch up to the plate to lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Lynch recorded an RBI double during today's game in the 2nd inning. Be followed by Collier Rutledge and Elijah Salaya.
Lynch delivers a fly ball to shallow left center field. Ranging over to make the play is Greg Vaughn Jr.
We're seeing a lot of bats just underneath the ball here tonight at Jimmy John's, Jay. Just underneath it.
That timing is so interesting to think about. You said earlier in the season, pitching is the art of disrupting the hitter's timing, while hitting is kind of all about finding your own timing, and it's art form both ways, both sides of the equation.
Rutledge's last at bat, grounded out to 2nd. Talked about it before, someone who typically makes contact and puts the ball on the ground just over 50% of the time.
When you hear a number like that, speaking of balls getting either on top of the bat or underneath it, we actually have statistics now to tell us these type of things. Topped percentage is one of them. What do you think of when it comes to bat path with a ton of ground ball outs like that, or ground ball contact?
I think it just essentially comes down to seeing the ball.
Rutledge goes down swinging there. Nice late break to that pitch.
That'll be the 20th strikeout on the season for Collier Rutledge. I mean, when it comes down to seeing the ball, too, depends on what you're getting thrown, right?
That's true, yeah.
I don't know why I really said that as a question. It was just more of
I will try to answer your questions today, Jen. Always strikeout number 4 for Stephen Chambly.
Gonna need another bang. Well, we do have an empty.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have an orange dreamsicle rain on the table today.
I know, I might want to save that for tomorrow's game.
Ooh, stocking up for the weekend.
Yeah.
Woolly Mammoths and Utica Unicorns going head-to-head for the 2nd time in 3 days tomorrow. 0-2 pitch. On the ground to 3rd. Took an odd hop, but De Los Santos has it. Quick 1-2-3 frame for Stephen Chambly.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the 9th and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the 9th, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Edgar Cuevas out for a 2nd inning of work at Jimmy John's Field. in relief. Every pitch important now as the stakes raise down the stretch in this one-run game, playing only 6 innings.
So far, Cuevas has been able to induce some weak contact here from this Hoppers lineup. Talked about it before, primarily relying on that two-seamer and changeup. Can be a lethal combination to keep batters off balance. Cuevas' most recent outing came against the Mammoths. 2 innings of work, only allowed 1 hit, walked 1, and had 1 strikeout.
Cuevas, another former University of Arts and Sciences of Oklahoma alum in the USPBL. Christian LeBoy, who's in the Beavers lineup today, is a former fellow college teammate of Cuevas. It was just a few months ago that Cuevas came out of the bullpen for the University of Arts and Sciences of Oklahoma to set up their closer en route for a save for a 4-3 conference championship win. That is one of the more prolific NAIA programs in college baseball. You see the lineup for the Hoppers: Colton Horner, Pedro Castellano, and Greg Vaughn Jr., a dangerous part of that Eastside 1 through 9 due up. Horner, the former Woolly Mammoths catcher, ducks out of the way of that pitch.
We've had some close calls here today and some hit by pitches. Balls are getting pretty close to the batters.
Horner has a 2-0 hitter's count. Takes a pitch high, make it 3-0.
Horner currently hitting .385.
He's got the green light here. Strike called. He was taking all the way. Again, this Beavers team lost game 1 4-1. That snapped a streak of 5 consecutive games with at least 4 runs scored. You can thank the start of Adrian Cook for that. Cook was brilliant in a role that we haven't seen him in a lot so far this season. Mostly has spent this season as a relief pitcher, but stayed a shade under 30 pitches through the first 3 innings. Again, that was only a 6-inning game, which set up his bullpen to close it out in a 4-1 win. Advantage is a bit slimmer right now for the Hoppers. This ball is going back, though, to right field, and it is out of the park. Make it a 2-run advantage, thanks to the bat of Colton Horner.
Horner making some solid contact there for home run number 2 of the season, sending it over the right field fence. Finding that power, sends the ball over.
So Colton Horner adds an insurance run with a solo home run to right field, and there's the water bottle spray as he enters the dugout.
That home run number 2 of the evening for the Hoppers. Greg Vaughn Jr. was the first to do it here in the 2nd inning.
This ball is sprayed to right field. Castellano will send Celaya back to the track where he makes the play.
Left fielder number 10, Greg Vaughn Jr.
Celaya has the range out there in center.
Brings up Greg Vaughn Jr. after the flyout. Hoppers hoping to extend this winning streak to 3 games in a row. You wonder if we'll see Stephen Chambly in the bottom of the 5th. He's given this team 4 innings of work. Cuevas working in relief finds strike number 2 against Vaughn Jr. Count now 1-2. Vaughn Jr. hit a home run back in the 2nd. That was a solo homer, just like the one we saw from Colton Horner. Vaughn Jr.'s homer was to left field, though.
You can see they're just getting a piece of Cuevas' pitch. Cuevas trying to work Greg Vaughn Jr. high in the zone. Looking for strike 3.
2-2 pitch. Couldn't quite find strike 3. Count runs full.
Greg Vaughn Jr. is no stranger to this situation, drawing 17 walks, also able to put the ball in play.
Vaughn Jr. thought that was going to be another walk. He has the highest walk percentage on the Hoppers team. However, he will head back to the dugout. Felix Aberrett comes up to bat.
Vaughn Jr. not a fan of that call. Aberrett is 0 for 1 in game 2 with a walk. Strike 1 on Aberrett. We've talked about it before, has that strong ability to generate power. He's been working so far this season to keep his swing compact.
So Northern California 4-5 punch in the Hoppers lineup. Aberrett swings and misses at the 1-1. Aberrett from San Francisco. Vaughn Jr., who just went down in the previous at-bat from Sacramento. 8 different Hoppers collected a hit on Wednesday. Aberrett had himself quite the game. Went 3 for 4, scored a couple of runs. Season high 4 runs batted in. Lifts this pitch high and up into the stands below us. It's hanging up for quite a while. Eventually the fan gets a souvenir, but yeah, Aberrett had back-to-back multi-hit games entering today, 4 consecutive overall with at least a single. Nobody on base for him right now, but he bounces that foul to stay alive.
Tied for second with a handful of others. For second most home runs in the USPBL at 4 right now. Led by Drew Galassi at 8 of the Unicorns.
Colton Horner padded the Hoppers' advantage earlier in this inning with a solo homer. The second home run of the game for the Hoppers. Greg Vaughn Jr. hit one in the 2nd. One, 2. Now 2-2. Cuevas likes to go to the changeup with 2 strikes. That time went off speed a bit. Was able to induce a pop-up. Ranging over to snare it is Bagnetsky. 6th and final inning of the game coming up on the USPBL network. But first, we are singing.
We are.
You ready for this, Jen?
Am I ever?
Genesis Credit Union, take me out to the ball game. Here we go. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Love it.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Carson Ferry out to work in relief as the bottom of the 5th gets underway. Here at Jimmy John's Field, 5-3 in favor of the Hoppers, and the Beavers hoping to continue the offensive momentum we've seen of late.
The 6'2" lefty steps in for the Hoppers. 11 innings of work so far, walking 14, striking out 23. Ferry has an ERA of 5.73. Examining Ferry's arsenal, we can see that he typically relies on his 2-seamer. Average velocity is 90 miles per hour, can hit 94, so he's definitely someone who can overpower you with that speed. Also incorporates his curve, sprinkles in that changeup. Seen a few glances of that here and there.
Stephen Chambly was able to shut down the Beavers lineup 1, 2, 3 in order to wrap up what was 4 innings of work. Allowed 3 earned runs. The 3rd inning was the big one for this Beavers lineup. A couple of doubles after a walk. But then Colton Horner with the homer to right field and made it a 2-run game in the top of the 5th. Off of Ed Cuevas. Here's Tyler Blom. Awaiting a 1-0 pitch. Now 2-0 for Blom. High strike called, 2-1. Tyler Blom went to UVA. He was named the UVA Wise Male Athlete of the Year in 2020. First team all-conference in college as well.
When Ferry's behind in the count, typically likes to rely on that 2-seamer to try to work his way back in. 3-1.
3-1-2 Blom is high. That'll be a walk for Tyler Blom. His parents, Chris and Darlene, very supportive. Comes from a wonderful family outside of baseball. Loves to surf, wakeboard, snowboard. Gee, you've been getting into the extreme activities of late. Skydiving.
Yeah, skydiving.
I thought about wakeboarding. I kind of want to, because that's when you're on the back of the boat. And I feel like I could do this.
Okay, I mean, I just can't picture you on one.
I could see myself doing that more so than surfing.
I can picture you falling into the water.
I mean, that might happen, but if I don't give it a try, then who knows?
I think I know.
You're into your honest...
No, Jay. Trust me, I cannot either. I wish I could.
It looks difficult.
It does. I wasn't saying that to shame you.
I mean,
I also could not wakeboard. No way.
Snowboarding?
I wish.
1-0. Connor Bagnetsky at the plate now. Bagnetsky, a native of Wisconsin. Connor grew up playing hockey and baseball. Flares the 1-1 foul. Said it was either an ice rink in the winter, and that was pretty much the scenery for him 100% of the time. And then when the spring rolled around, summer, it was baseball each and every year growing up. He would find indoor baseball facilities in Wisconsin, though, to work on his game in the winter. Said it earlier, he's been wanting to play pro baseball since the age of 3. Dad taught him the game. He's awaiting a 1-2. Up and in.
Recorded a strikeout in the first inning of the second game. Had a walk in the third. Eventually was able to work his way to cross home plate for one of the Beavers' runs.
There's a look at Tyler Blom, who's at first after the walk that led off this 5th inning. Remember, it was a walk that led off the 3rd inning, followed up by a double, a sac fly, and another double in the 3rd that cashed in a couple of runs for the Beavers to make it what was at the time a 4-3 game. Then Colton Horner of the Hoppers hit a solo bomb in the top of the 5th inning, and now we find ourselves in a 5-3 spot. And a payoff pitch on the way, back-to-back walks. Ooh. At least Bagnetsky thought. What a strike called. Hey, we've seen some tight calls today, Jen.
Yeah, no, that's been a theme at points in USP. Well, that makes it the 3rd strikeout of the day for Bagnetsky. Typically someone who can navigate his way well through a count, understands the strike zone. That'll send up Roy Verdejo. It's 1 for 2 with a double.
Verdejo hitting 208 entering today. It has really picked it up in the month of July overall. 1-1 count now on Verdejo, with 1 down after a controversial strike 3 called against Connor Bagnetsky. There's a strike called, now 1-2. This is a Beaver team that was 2-9 in June. Flipped the script around this month, now 7-3 in July. The bats have really come alive. Each and every one in that clubhouse felt it was there all along, but now it's starting to show up in the stat sheet. Verdejo awaiting a 1-2, aggressively swings and misses. 2 down. Brings up Christian LeBoy, native of Puerto Rico, stepping up to bat here in the bottom of the 5th, hoping to spark a 2-out rally. His team down to their final 4 outs in this 6-inning game. LeBoy has recorded some of the highest exit velocities in the league so far this season. A dangerous hitter when he times up pitches. 1-0. Jen, right there, I was looking at the bat of Christian LeBoy, and I spoke to one of the people in analytics about this the other day, Jake Hillman. The pre-pitch movement, little wiggle in the bat. Did you have any wiggle in your bat?
You know, it's so funny. When I go play golf now, I will do the same thing that I do when I would step up to the plate when I played softball. My golf swing is so littered because I was a pull hitter in college. That translates over to my swing with the face of my club. But, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, you can see it here. I'll take my driver. I'll just kind of tap it out, get my feet set, and then I'll go into my golf moves. But, no, it's very important to find your rhythm as a hitter. And for some, I mean, when we think of Trent Bauer, I mean, that's like very over the top in a sense, but that's just how he likes to get into his rhythm. And we've seen a lot of simple swings here today.
You've told me there's no one way to do it in this game. It's all about whatever gives you balance and comfort.
Yes, sir.
LeBoy has a hitter's count, 3-1. Took it for ball 4.
Runners on first and second now for the Beavers. That'll send up Travis McFarland, who notched a double in his last at-bat.
Tyler Blom, the Beavers catcher, advances to second base and into scoring position. Travis McFarland, who's batting cleanup today and playing first, will step into one of the biggest spots we've seen today. Again, playing only 6 innings, second of a 6-inning doubleheader at Jimmy John's Field. The reliever on the mound is Carson Ferry, one of the lefties in the Hoppers bullpen. Set to work against Travis McFarland, who for the vast majority of this season has had the highest batting average in a Beavers lineup that overall has struggled this season, but found a groove in July. McFarland's hoping to continue a 2-out rally, swings and misses at the first pitch from Ferry.
Heading into today's matchup, McFarland is hitting .333 against left-handed pitchers, looking to take advantage of Ferry out on the mound now.
One of his 4 home runs this season came off a lefty earlier this year. Those 4 home runs are tied for second in the USPBL. Awaiting an 0-1. Good eye to take that pitch up. I mentioned McFarland's extra base power success in college this past spring. 13 homers, 10 doubles, 48 RBI at Clark University in Iowa. The 1-1 is cut on and missed.
You know, something that Kinney pointed out earlier today when we chatted with him, Jason, it was interesting to see how he would approach the process of how he'd want to attack batters, noting that he can tell when some are reactionary versus having a game plan stepping in, if they're looking for a specific pitch or something that's over a certain part of the plate. A lot goes into the strategy, pitcher versus batter.
1-2 on the way from Ferry. That pitch skips away from the catcher Horner, and runners advance 90 feet. Blom on to third, and LeBoy to second. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And Jen, that was a fascinating discussion, just all the intel that pitchers take in. Kinney told us that he can kind of tell by the way a hitter walks out of the batter's box if they're a little frustrated looking down after a certain pitch. He'll take that into account. Does he look confident after taking a certain pitch? Count is even at 2-2 with 2 outs in a 2-run game. Blom is 90 feet away from home.
McFarland fouling it off. All he has to do is put the ball in play. He has the power, can do the damage. Tying run is on second.
Beavers down to their final 4 outs in this game. Again, just a 6-inning game. Carson Ferry, 25 pitches into this relief outing of Stephen Chambly, who went 4 innings today. Ferry gears up and delivers 2-2. Couldn't quite find the strike call that he was looking for there. Count runs full at 3-2.
Just flirting with the outside corner there. McFarland typically being a pull hitter.
Payoff pitch to McFarland, and he walked him. Bases are loaded here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring Ron Williams Jr. to the stage.
Ron Williams Jr. drawing a walk of his own earlier in the 2nd inning. Struck out, swinging in the 3rd. Single could do the job.
Williams Jr. is more of a contact hitter, so typically his hits are singles. Not going to spray a lot of home runs over the fence, but told us earlier this season that he doesn't want to give the pitcher any easy outs. Grinding out ABs is his role. 1-0 blocked in the dirt by Colton Horner, the catcher who was traded from the Woolly Mammoths to the Hoppers earlier this week. Ron Williams Jr. now with a 2-0 hitters count.
If Ferry's able to locate the strike zone, could be having the advantage. Ron Williams Jr. only hitting just under 100 against left-handed pitchers.
Williams Jr. takes the 2-0 outside, now 3-0, and Colton Horner emerges from the dirt and to the mound to chat with Carson Ferry.
Again, I know we've always just gone back to talking about Kinney during the last 2 broadcasts, but it's always so interesting to pick a brain of a pitcher, and especially one who used to be a catcher who really appreciates that communication and relationship between the two. It's important to be on the same page, have the same line of attack, especially in a key situation. 3-0 against Ron Williams Jr.
And that will walk home a run. So we are now in a 1-run game as the bases remain loaded in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs.
That'll send Keyshawn Lynch to the plate. Had a double of his own in the 2nd inning.
Well, that'll be it for Carson Ferry as the Hoppers are trying to hang on to what is now an even slimmer advantage here in the bottom of the 5th. We will step aside momentarily on the USPBL Network.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the carpet guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the carpet guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the carpet guys at 855 for my guys.
Colby Dewhurst takes over in relief of Carson Ferry. A scratchy bottom of the fifth has led to this becoming a one-run game after Ron Williams Jr.'s latest walk brought home a run.
Going from a lefty to a righty here on the mound. Dewhurst's ERA just under 7, 6.67. Has 2 2/3 innings under his belt. During that span, walked 3. Still in search of his first strikeout. Looking into his arsenal. Again, small sample size, but we'll see his four-seamer, slider, changeup sprinkled in here and there, and that four-seamer typically sits around 87 miles per hour, has topped out a tad over 90. Opposing batters currently hitting .333. Again, small sample size, but looking to see what he can do here with bases loaded.
Dewhurst will deal with Ron Williams Jr. at first, Travis McFarland at second base, and Christian LeBoy at third after Tyler Blom was brought home by way of a walk with the bases loaded to make it a 5-4 game. And as Jenna mentioned, Keyshawn Lynch in the batter's box. Lynch had a double back in the second. Tad late on the first pitch of the night from Dewhurst. As Jenna mentioned, all you need is a single here to potentially tie the game.
Definitely have to find that balance in the box now of being a reactionary hitter versus having a plan, especially going up against a pitcher that you haven't seen much of here in the USPBL in Dewhurst.
One and one, the count now to Dewhurst. Keyshawn Lynch told me the other day, likes to play ping pong in his free time, which is something the coaches around here will actually tell you helps with baseball because you have to limit the head movement and go with a consistent motion. Here's the 1-1. He cranks it to deep right center field. Back is Will Krushina to make the catch. And that will retire the side, but not before the Beavers make it a one-run game.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Cole Stanton climbs atop the mound in relief of Edgar Cuevas. Cuevas gave up the solo home run back in the top of the fifth to Colton Horner, but then the Beavers answered back with a run to make it a one-run game.
The 6-foot right-hander and Stanton comes in, striking out 20, walking 7 through 18 and a third innings of work, has an ERA of 1.48. Really only seeing his four-seam and slider, throwing that four-seam just a hair over 62% of the time, slider just under 40. And with that, four-seamer coming in at around 90 miles per hour, can top out at 93. Opposing batters only hitting 120 off of that slider. Just looking to see what he can do here. Try and keep it a close game.
Cole Stanton will deal with Nick Kreitzer, who has been hot today. A single back in the second inning. Now 3 consecutive games with a hit after a lengthy drought in July without one. Kreitzer grew up in Colorado. Said, for as long as I can remember, I've always had a bat in my hands, and his Aunt Judy and Uncle Ken were ushers at Coors Field in Colorado. He can name the entire Rockies starting lineup growing up and the pitching rotation. 1-1. Took it 2-1. His dad, Dominic, kind of hauled him around the state of Colorado playing ball. Native of Westminster, Colorado. Has just looked really confident at the plate today in terms of what pitches he's taking versus swinging at. Jen, you played in some tournaments in Colorado, didn't you?
I did. I was just thinking about that. This Kreitzer there didn't agree with the call, thinking that he'd get walked, but it was funny. My dad and I were near Boulder out in Colorado, and we did about an 8-hour climb. It was at the point where the coach said, you know, guys, don't do anything too fun or excruciating.
Kreitzer goes down swinging. Payoff pitch there from Stanton. Draws his first strikeout of this relief outing. Now Will Krishina, who had a double earlier in the game.
We talked about it before. Krishina has that power, and he's been finding it over near that left side, pull side for him. Especially with the velocity that you're seeing coming off of Stanton now, averaging in the low 90s. Would have the ability, if he gets a hold of it, to send it pretty far.
He likes to spray the ball to all fields. He pops this one up into shallow center. With priority in center field is Elijah Celaya to make the play.
You know, with the games we've covered here, I feel like that was one of the longer balls to stay up in the air like that. He hits it hard, but right now he's just been underneath it. So really that hang time, I can see at times how that could confuse some outfielders.
So far, Cole Stanton getting the job done, trying to give his offense one more chance in the bottom of the sixth. Brings up Christian De Los Santos.
De Los Santos, 1 for 2 on the night. The 2 RBI single. Looking to cushion that lead here for the Diamond Hoppers, only up by 1 run. Top of the 6th.
We mentioned how successful the bottom third of the Hoppers lineup has been entering today. They continued that theme tonight. I mentioned Krishina's double. He's in the 7th spot. De Los Santos had an RBI single earlier, batting 8th. He's looking to have some more success here. This is deep, but not deep enough, as Celaya gets the job done once again. Beavers offense coming up in the last half of the 6th on the USPBL network.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Well, bottom of the 6th, Colby Dewhurst back on the mound for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, hoping to avoid what could be a dramatic bottom half of the 6th inning as we welcome you back inside the booth at Jimmy John's Field. The Beavers lineup hoping they have one last piece of magic left in their bag. Made it a 1-run game in the 5th by way of walking home a run with the bases loaded.
The Beavers have already displayed this season that they have power throughout that lineup, 1 through 9. Could really come down to anyone at this moment for a big breakout inning as Collier Rutledge gets ready to step into the box. And he's definitely one of those players, has the ability, has the power. It's just a matter of timing and getting a solid hold of the ball.
Hits in 3 out of his last 4 games entering today. Rutledge a part of the bottom third of the Beavers lineup. Batting 7th today, a first pitch strike from Colby Dewhurst. Dewhurst had Tommy John surgery about a year and a half ago, went through 12 months of physical therapy. Has battled his way back from that. His dad, Brian, got him into the game at about 2 or 3 years of age. Brian played semi-pro baseball as Dewhurst finds a swing and a miss. Comes the 1-2 from Dewhurst. Fisted into right field. Krishina took a bit of a spill initially, then recovered and made the grab for out number 1.
Good recovery. Crucial to make these catches at this point in the game. The conversation with Dewhurst, always enjoy asking where pitchers would rank movement, velocity, and location. And Dewhurst said that location is number 1. If you can't locate your pitches, and the velocity doesn't really matter. But after that, ranks movement at 2, velocity at 3.
Elijah Celaya takes the first pitch strike. Celaya has struggled against breaking balls in particular this season. Batting just 125 entering today. Here comes an 0-1. Celaya delivers the 1-1 pitch on the ground. Slow developing play, but the throw is in time at first. Kreitzer stretching out for out number 2.
We could really see there from Adam De La Cruz picking up the ball with his bare hand instead of his glove. Quick reaction time to make sure that he gets the runner out at first.
So now Tyler Blom comes up to bat with the Beavers down to their final out, trailing by a run. Don't forget, we have our Autolab post-game show coming up next. Jenna Rose will interview our Rochester University player of the game. Tyler Blom belts this pitch to deep left field. Tyler Blom, his first home run of the season, knots us up at 5. Oh, well, they'll say it's a ground rule double as it hopped off the way. Okay, so ground rule double is the official ruling. We lost that ball as it got to the fence. Initially, it kind of got lost out there in left, and we thought it may have been gone. But instead, Tyler Blom will give this Beavers team maybe one more shot as Bagnetzi steps up to the plate. Struck out his last time up to bat. They're going to intentionally walk Bagnetski, which brings up Verdejo. So runners at first and second.
Even though Bagneski has struggled today, we've seen him come up clutch in dire situations. Definitely someone who could have advanced Blom to tie this game. That'll bring up Roy Verdejo. 1 for 2 in game 2 of this doubleheader, that being a double. Chatted with Roy not too long ago for the Autolab post-game show. Great guy. Someone who has really displayed dominance in the batter's box so far this season. 4 home runs. Currently the owner of his last home run ball signed. Jason and I played catch with it earlier.
That was fun.
Try to work on our grips. It's very different going from a softball grip to baseball. You know, size, whatnot.
Two-seam grip versus kind of the 4 fingers on the softball.
Yeah, goofy.
Verdejo, who had a double earlier, powers that to left field, but into the glove of Greg Vaughn Jr. to wrap up the night. Hoppers survive and win both games today, extending their winning streak to 3 in a row and improving to 9 and 11 on the season. Again, we have the Autolab postgame show coming up on the USPBL Network.
sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Diamond Hoppers, we the Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the carpet guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the carpet guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the carpet guys at 855 for my guys.
When people keep repeating that you'll never fall in love, when everybody keeps retreating, but you can't seem to get enough, let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Welcome to the Autolab postgame show.
Hello.
We are now joined by Diamond Hoppers first baseman Nick Kreitzer, who is our Rochester University player of the game, taking both games of the doubleheader today, but we're all really excited for you. We've been rooting for you, and it seems like you've been getting into a groove in your at-bats. Heading into game 2 today, you recorded two multi back-to-back hit games. Words. Yeah. It's been a long day, doubleheader, but how nice is it for you to start getting into a groove?
It's really good. I know I have been really underperforming so far, and I've had a lot of help from the coaches and my teammates and a lot of faith, and it's carried me a long way, and I wouldn't be here without those guys.
And, you know, you've been having those conversations in your development. What adjustments have you been making at the plate?
Well, at the beginning of the year, I was hitting balls hard right at guys, and then I started trying to get a little too much and starting to go get the ball. So I focused on making sure I got my weight on my backside, but still hitting against my front leg. And that way I can stay in that sweet spot of not being too early or too late or getting blown up. So.
What I've always enjoyed about the art of hitting is that you're finding that mix between being reactionary and also having a game plan. So today, going up against the arms for the Beavers, was there anything specifically you were looking for, or what was your plan of attack?
I'm looking for a fastball up in the zone and doing damage, and each at-bat it changes. Like earlier in the day, there was runners in scoring position, so my only thought is I got to get a ball in the air. I got to score them, and it ended up working out. So it just changes from at-bat to at-bat and situation to situation, but always looking for a ball up that I can drive or a hanging breaking ball.
And when we look at the Diamond Hoppers lineup, we see power all the way through, and it seems like altogether you guys are starting to get more into a rhythm. What's it like being on this Eastside Diamond Hoppers team?
Oh, this is so much fun. We have a great time. All these guys are really good dudes. I'd go to war for any one of them. So it's really nice to play in this kind of culture where we're really close-knit as a group, and you just want the best for everybody. So it's fun when we start having success as a team. You're just always happy. So even when you have a bad day, you're happy for everybody else.
Hey, that's all that it's about. Nick, thank you for your time today. No problem. All right, and thank you for joining us here on the USPBL Network. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon.